ones. As a parent, I have failed. I'm the GOAT. I don't need.
What's up, everybody? I'm my team producer, Robbie, here to talk to you about
Galaxy Opals and Pink Diamonds for free in my team. The historic Spotlight Sim is here, and your shot at a free, that's right, free Galaxy Opal Kobe Bryant is now here. So I told you guys you would.
At center.
And his thing, the Nuggets lucky to have him. Thanks, David. And now a chance to take a look at some numbers for Morris.
And guys, it hasn't been pretty for him in the past 5 games. He's having one of those scoring slumps that all players go through at some point in the season. But I know he hadn't lost his confidence, and I expect this young man to get after it here tonight.
Here are the 5 for the Clippers. We've got Marcus Morris. Patrick Beverly out there with Paul George. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's Zubats in at the center position. And for the Nuggets, the backcourt is Murray and Harris. Millsap and Jokic, the big men. And it's Barton in at small forward. Now, here is George. Following the miss by Paul Millsap. And that one, good. And tonight, Clark, not just any regular season game. These teams going for higher seeds in the playoffs.
And Kevin, you've been doing it a long time, and you can feel, even during the regular season, when there's a little extra juice in the players and in the building, and guys are locked in, and it gives you a preview of what the playoff intensity is like. That doesn't happen a lot with the number of games in the NBA schedule, but you can certainly feel it when it does.
You sure can.
There you go. Relentless pursuit of the ball. I love it. He never stopped working.
Jokic inside, working on Zubats. Can't connect from short range.
That's exactly the look they wanted, guys. Right guy.
Oh!
Are you kidding me? Nasty. And then Leonard enjoys jamming it home, Kevin. Got to keep him as far away from the hoop as possible.
Here's Jokic. And he can't stop the run as he misses.
You know, that's a quick 0 for 4 now. At what point do you call a timeout and reset?
Near the three-point line, it's Morris. Hits the front of the rim and out. Nuggets have gone 0 of 4, missing their first 4 field goals here. Harris passes to Jokic. Excellent D there from George.
Yeah, slow start right now. 5 straight misses to get this one going.
That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist. 6 points for Paul George.
And not hard to see why they are giving up points on this run. Just too many good looks from in close.
Jokic with the steal over Morris. That one wide left. The Clippers have gone 5 of 7 today so far. Nice shooting to get this game underway. George trying to break free. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
And a guy who's bounced around the league a little. Surprising, given that Morris is a solid shooter and a pretty good defender in rebounding. And you look at how the Nuggets have become the team they are. A lot has to do with player development.
Exactly. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Denver has done a great job in the draft. Identify talent, stick to your guns in choosing that talent, then build it, develop it. Their front office has been fantastic.
And he comes up with the deuce.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
And, you know, it's an all-out effort they've come in with. Very aggressive offense so far.
And they get it. Millsap misses.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against it.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on.
Out to Harris. Pass to Jokic. Shoots over Zubats, and that one's good. Jokic.
Finally, after all those clanks, someone comes through for him.
Well, you knew it eventually was going to happen. I mean, my goodness, a tight start to this one, but maybe that'll ignite some more buckets to be made.
Here's Beverly, following the basket by Jokic. Beverly, the pass to George. A 3 from Morris, and it's Denver with the rebound.
Having a hand up in your face makes such a difference to a shooter.
And, you know, he's a guy who knows how to defend the three-point shot. He's not going to just give it to you. He's going to make you earn it.
And Morris throws it down.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
And, you know, nothing like getting an opponent on the ropes early. You love that if you're on that side of the scoreboard, and they are landing some haymakers now.
Murray, no good. Los Angeles leading by 14. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. It's on Gary Harris.
Such a versatile offensive threat. Morris draws his fair share of fouls.
A superstar summer, Greg, for the Los Angeles Clippers in Kawhi Leonard and in Paul George. Greg, they have 2 elite wings, great defenders in their prime.
Give them credit, but also Kawhi Leonard pushing the levers behind the scenes. He wanted another superstar to join him in recruiting Paul George, who still had 2 years left on his deal in OKC. Kawhi took unprecedented control of his free agent destiny.
And it's the Clippers with the ball after the Nuggets pick up 2.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul, stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
Both shots good from the stripe.
And doing a good job getting to the line and capitalizing.
Exactly. I mean, that's what's helped them build this early lead.
Craig kicks to Porter. The Nuggets moving the ball around. Morris, no good.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Here's Shamet. Takes it off the glass.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
And, you know, establishing that physical dominance early gives you a big mental edge, too. Don't discount that.
The tray drills the three-pointer. Shamet's got 5 now.
And how about the setup? Man, Morris keeping his head up. Beautiful assist.
We're at the end of the first quarter. And what a blowout already in this one. Clippers. Nikola Jokic, a former second-round pick, turned star in the
Basketball, like passion.
In basketball, Greg, a big deal in Jokic's native land of Serbia.
And I love his creativity. There's an artistry and a freedom in how he plays the game.
And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. Guys, we've seen a confident-looking Clippers team out there.
Well, when you control the glass, you control the second chance opportunities on both ends.
And, you know, their rebounding advantage has been glaring, simply outworking them on the boards for that entire first quarter.
Plumlee out there with Jeremy Grant. Then it's Michael Porter. Then there's Monte Morris. And it's Craig in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group on the floor for Denver. And, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Clippers.
Well, you have to admire their intensity in the paint defensively. I mean, really contesting and even blocking shots. Definitely a factor early.
And the other thing that's been equally as effective is the fact that they've gotten out on the fast break. A lot of points coming in transition. Looking now at some numbers from Montrezl Harrell. Over the last month, he has been spectacular. 9th in field goal percentage. And, of course, rim protection always at a premium. That's an important part of his game. Top 20 in block spurt.
And back to his phenomenal efficiency from 3, top 10 in the league. His consistent shooting creates so many openings in the defense. JaMychal Green, he's checked in for Zubats. The Clippers again turning it over. We get a break in the action, so let's take a look at the West and how the teams are stacking up. You look at the Clippers. Right now they've acquired the second-best record in the conference. And, of course, there's the Nuggets right on their tail, vying to move up and take over if they get the chance.
You know, for Los Angeles, they must have reached every goal they set for themselves this season. For them to be this high in the standings this late in the season, what an accomplishment.
And I know it took a long time for people around the league to trust their success, but I don't think there's anybody left out there who doesn't think they're for real at this point.
And here's Morris for 3. He can't hit that time. Some solid defense there from Jackson.
They've shown some strength in the paint today. Their work on the boards has been impressive.
Guys, that's putting it mildly. I mean, they've been absolutely dominant.
Here's Grant. And he battles for the ball and gets the second chance bucket.
And Grant really embraces contact, relishes it, as a matter of fact. He has no fear going to the rim or going into a shot.
And there it is for him. Zone defense, Clark, being played now by a lot of teams. It's amazing that even with that, the point totals just continue to rise.
And you know what? I attribute the point totals continuing to rise to a couple of things. One, the volume of three-point shots that are being taken. And I think teams are playing at a little faster pace universally. You don't see as much walking the ball up the floor as I think you may have seen in years past.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Paul Millsap is checked in for Jeremy Grant, and Harris subbed in for Torrey Craig. And the Clippers making a change here as well. George is checked in for Williams. Harrell the pass to George. Lays it up and banks it in. George has got 8 points.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been off.
Clearly just an example of a different mindset between these teams.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
And it's Leonard missing. And it's Millsap with the ball for the Nuggets. They come into this one following the loss to the Mavericks. No good. The Clippers go the other way with it. They come in fresh off a win against the Warriors.
Yeah, and with most of the arena against them, they just banded together and trusted one another to make the right play.
Well, you know, the cohesiveness was evident out there. These guys feel like they can win in any arena, and they proved it that game.
I mean, even from over here, you could see that one pretty clearly.
No question about it, Greg. I mean, a ton of contact and a good call by the officials.
Martin's checked in for Michael Porter. Patrick Beverly, he's checked in for the Clippers. And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Green finds Leonard. Wing shot on the way. That one a little long.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
You look at Paul Millsap, one of my favorite players. Came into the league after 3 years of college as an undersized power forward who has shown that he not only can rebound, but has become an all-star scorer, too.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now, Greg, they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
And great hustle to turn that block shot into a fast break opportunity. Big-time play on both ends.
And here's Harris from the arc. The shot missing.
And, you know, the defense to me looked like they were okay to let him prove he could make that shot.
Here's George. And that one is off. Some solid defense from Harris. Jokic passes to Murray. Here's the 3. Offensive rebound.
And, you know, even though he's undersized, Millsap doesn't back down. He's good at outworking everybody on the glass.
Shot and game clock separated by 5. Back to George. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist. Leonard's got 3 assists in the game.
Fantastic ball movement. They're picking them apart with their passing.
Purposeful passing it is, partner. Their last 10 points have all come off assists.
Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
Beyond the arc. And another 3 for the Clippers.
No success thus far trying to guard George tonight. I mean, he is absolutely shredding it.
Paul George, he's been the guy. Thank you, David, for that interview, and we'll see you back here after the break.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
After one half of play, Paul George taking care of business in this one. He ended up with 17 points, 2 assists, and... Thanks for joining us.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. It's been one outstanding game from George.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
Getting underway in the second half, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers. Paul George is out there with Patrick Beverly. Then it's Marcus Morris. Then it's Ivica Zubac. And it's Leonard in at the 3, the small forward.
And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash mouth, physical basketball, guys.
Jokic against Zubac. Puts the move on. Jokic, no good. Los Angeles has gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. Fast break, here they come. The shot from 20 feet away. And good that time. Jokic has got 6.
How about the commitment, guys, from Murray on defense? Moving his arms all around and coming up with steals as a result. Active arms and hands, a big part of it.
Leonard attacking. Jokic grabs the miss. Jokic has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. For 3, Harris. The rebound by Paul George.
And if you're looking for the main reason that they're trailing in this game, well, look no further than his shooting. I mean, he has hit exactly 0% of his shots.
Hey, and George really is one of the better dunkers in the league, actually one of the best. He's creative, he's got great bounce, excellent length, and pretty creative every time he gets a chance to throw it down.
Here's Beverly. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got his 3rd assist on the night.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
Murray against Beverly. Harris dishes to Murray. Takes a 3. The Nuggets with another miss.
And you could tell he thought he had a little more space, but the defender was right there.
You know, that's a trademark of his defense. Quick to react, close down the shooter, and then affect the shot.
Here's Morris. Kicks it out to Leonard. Again, Los Angeles.
Yeah, and from mid-range, Leonard's jump shot is money. It doesn't matter if it's off the dribble or catch and shoot. He never loses his touch.
And it's Jokic missing.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over him.
Well, Greg, the rapid ascension of Nikola Jokic into NBA stardom has been nothing short of amazing. You know, he really is an elite center now.
I mean, he's the best player on a very talented young team in the West. I would not be surprised to see him win an MVP in the next few years.
You know, an area worthy of further development for Murray is keeping his teammates involved.
Now the pass to Harrell. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. Well, we were asked this the other day, you and I, if you could choose one guard in the league to shoot a clutch 3-point shot for you, Clark, who would be your guy?
Ironically, they're both on the same team, Kevin. I would start with Steph Curry. I think he clearly is the guy you want shooting it. And then after that, I would go with Klay Thompson. There are a number of other guys, but Steph is a pretty good gap in front of most. And then I think Klay is just a notch or 2 below Steph.
I agree. Great backcourt. Lillard up in Portland, another one. I mean, there's so many great ones in the NBA. But...
Yeah, Lillard would certainly be on the 3-man list for sure.
Yeah, just aggressive there. Instead of going to one of his patented shots inside, Morris just simply rises up to be free. He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
And he'll shoot free throws here. Clearly fouled on that shot that time. The whistle blowing. The Clippers have been good at the free throw line. This one, 7 of 8. That free throw good from Shamet. Green, he's checked in for the Clippers. And good on the second, so he makes them both. And here's Grant. He'll bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. They're off to San Antonio after this game, bringing their show to the AT&T Center. That'll be the first half of a 2-game trip. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. A chance to check out Los Angeles' upcoming schedule. On Friday, they'll be facing Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets. And then on Saturday, they'll be facing Drew Holiday and the New Orleans Pelicans.
And for the game with the Mavericks, that's going to be one where it would take a lot of errors and maybe a cold shooting night for things to go wrong. They just have that much of an advantage over that team.
A 3 from Morris. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. It's tipped. It's out of bounds. The Clippers able to retain possession here. While we have a quick chance here, let's now take a look at some point guards who have been dead on target from the floor over the course of the past 10 games. And you look at Morris, 4th in the league and as consistent as they come.
As a point guard, you want to create the best possible shot every trip down the floor. And given the way these guys have shot the ball, it's not a bad idea every now and then for them to go it alone.
Well, they're not going to do that, though. I mean, even as deadly as they are from the field, they're always looking to set up their teammates first.
Here's Shamet. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Shamet's got 13 points.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
And on the flip side, Greg, the defenders have to show more fight on the interior. They've got to offer more resistance here.
Passes it to Green. Jackson with it, covered by Morris. Lets the 3 fly. Here's Harrell. Pass to Shamet. Second shot opportunity. That one off the back iron and out.
And guys, not sure where his head was on that shot. Not what this offense was designed to create.
Not at all. I mean, that's where they want him looking for a teammate, not trying to do it on his own. He needs to share the wealth there.
Williams kicks to Green. Williams looking over the floor. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And so it's Los Angeles with a major 39-point lead here at the end of the quarter. How about a look at today's State Farm assist of the game?
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. We've got Monte Morris. Lonley's out there with Jeremy Grant. And it's Daniels in at the shooting guard position. That's the group in the game for the Nuggets. Here's Grant. No good on the shot. And it's the Clippers taking it the other way. Here's Magruder. And Patterson kicks to Williams. Outside, Green. 6 to shoot. Here's Patterson. Oh, that's blocked. Pass to Daniels. Takes the 3. Rebound by the Clippers.
And you could tell he thought he had a little more space, but the defender was right there.
That's a trademark of his defense. Quick to react, close down the shooter, and then affect the shot.
He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And defensively, guys, they've been unable to shut down the middle.
Yeah, and they're really getting pummeled on points in the paint here.
Wasted no time on that one. And stolen by Vonleh. It doesn't go for him. So Los Angeles will take it the other way. Clippers moving the ball around. Yep, it counts. Green's got 4 points now in the quarter.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
Yeah, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Here's Morris. The Clippers grab the miss. Green's got rebound number 5 here tonight. To the middle. And it's Patterson finishing it off.
And, we can't measure Hart. I mean, he's not as big as the other power forwards, but his jumping ability and mindset is incredible.
Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. Clark, you were such a terrific athlete growing up, and it must be fun for you watching your kids and soon your grandkids go through their athletic journeys.
It really is one of the great blessings and treats of my life to see our kids grow and develop as people, but also to enjoy different sports. Our boys played basketball and soccer, and our daughter played volleyball, all played in college at some level. And so it is great. Anytime you see your kids find their lane, enjoy running in it, and do well in that lane, it's joy indescribable.
Here's Grant. Over to the wing. Daniels passes to Grant. And another miss by Denver. Clippers have gone 4 of 7 from the field since the beginning of the fourth. Clark, take us inside the halftime locker room in the NBA.
Well, players typically just regroup individually. There may be some conversation between the players as a group, but then the coaches will huddle, evaluate what transpired in the first half, what adjustments need to be made, and then they'll communicate that to the team. And it's basically a time to rest and regroup for the players to adjust and strategize for the coaches.
Clark, do you think there's any videotape review in there, maybe showing players certain sets, certain schemes?
In this day and age, for sure, with the use of iPads and technology, if you go back to my time, there was no quick turnaround of video in the halftime locker room.
Right. I do know officials do that, too, in their locker room at halftime. Down low, Beverly, and he finishes nicely on the layup.
And Beverly is a menace inside. I mean, incredibly crafty at finding ways to score down there.
And here's Morris for three. Rebound by the Clippers.
Misfires again, and the ball just refuses to cooperate with it. It's a tough day so far.
The pass to man. Here's Magruder. He's covered by Daniels. To the right side. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Offensive rebound. Out to the wing. A second chance effort. Morris with the rebound. And Morris has got the ball here for the Nuggets.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for the Clippers.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, an all-around dominant performance. And you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
Yeah, there was a sense of that, and man, they just pretty much blew them right out of the water. A clinic was put on display here today.
And so checking out their season record, this game will become their 45th win. And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Paul George.
An unbelievable scoring performance. He absolutely took over and never let up.
Here's Grant. Count that one.
The superb work ethic of Grant. My, what a nice soft touch inside.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Wide open look here for Zubac. Can't connect from long distance. Passes it to Bates Diop. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
It's always great to get into a rhythm, but do it when it matters.
Now they're playing with urgency, huh? They could have done it much earlier before the game was out of reach.
And the free throw, no good. Pass to Zubac. Count it.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what, and they got it done.
All right, David, thank you. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now.
upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltender. puck pickups, upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltending. If you complete all of the Historic Spotlight Sim challenges from the Eastern
coming around the mountain, you running hard. Hoping your defense mechanism can divert my heat-seeking lyricism. As the 1996 lyrical style is what I give them. MCs act like they don't know.
Always a big home court advantage here in the Mile High City. And the and let's go. That's some pretty sound advice. Thanks, DA. Now let's take a look at the Bulls opening lineup. Markkanen and Carter are up front. Levine at the 2 with Porter at the 3. And it's White in at the 1 spot. And for the Nuggets, Millsap and Jokic, the big men. The backcourt is Murray and Harris. And it's Barton in at the 3 spot.
And those second chance points really become almost like bonus points when you can get them.
And Levine, here we go. Good work there as it goes. Well, Chris, as we wind toward the end of the regular season, what do you notice as an analyst that you didn't notice when you were playing?
I think what I didn't notice when I was playing was everything that goes on around the arena. Now I get to the games a couple of hours early. I get to interact with fans. I get to see game productions. The business of basketball, just how much everyone loves the game, from Adam Silver down to someone at the concession stands at the arena, how it really is a community and a family. Because when I was in Sacramento, I'm just playing for Sacramento. I didn't realize how many people in New York and Detroit and other places supported not only us in Sacramento, but their home teams, and just seeing how passionate everyone in the business of basketball, how passionate they are. And that's just something awesome to be a part of.
Jokic against Carter. Outside, Porter. Back to Carter. Outside, Markkanen. That one falls, coming off Carter's feet.
And really, this is Markkanen's greatest weapon, a three-point sniper with impressive range.
Murray for 3. Rebound by the Bulls. Last game matched up with the Magic. A tough loss there. Here's Levine. That shot off the mark. Some solid defense from Harris. Barton drives in, and Barton throws it down.
Good anticipation on the feed. He knows exactly where to go with that ball.
Murray, good.
And the confidence from Murray, just so efficient from the interior.
And stolen by Murray. Pass to Barton. Back to Murray. Denver passing it around. Harris kicks to Barton. Murray, the pass to Jokic. Jokic draws the double. Millsap misses.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be, because he is so strong in the paint.
And see, Webb, you talk to the Bulls fans, and they are eager for a return to greatness.
Yeah, GA, it's been a long time since the Jordan era, and Bulls fans know it. But you know, GA, the Bulls have a very loyal group of fans. Their patience has been tested, though, but this team needs results.
Now here's White. 20 points for him last game against the Magic in Orlando. And stolen by Harris. And the Nuggets pushing it up now. That one good for 2. Millsap's got his second basket of the game.
Well, that's why they're in front. Aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
Markkanen hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D.
And really, Markkanen isn't just an outside threat. He's more than capable of capitalizing inside.
And Paul Millsap, the bucket on the assist by Barton. And it's 6 points for Paul Millsap.
Yeah, that was the third straight high percentage look the defense has allowed. The defenders have got to start putting bodies on bodies.
Porter, and he uses the glass on the layup.
More than just an outside shooter. When Porter has good position inside, he'll use it.
For 3, Millsap drills it from outside. Millsap's got 9 points.
This first quarter couldn't be going much better for him. 4 from 5 from the field to get things cracking.
Levine wide open. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Denver leading by 6. Here's Barton, and Barton throws it down.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And how about them not settling? I mean, instead of being lazy with the shot selection, they go right to the rim.
Big group substitution here for Denver. Plumlee is checked in for Jokic. Grant comes in for Paul Millsap. Porter's checked in for Barton. And it's Torrey Craig in for Harris. Now, here's Dunn. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 7.5 points a game.
I love the mentality of Dunn, looking to score as often as he can from the painted area.
Here's Grant. 6-point lead. There's the pass to Porter. Here is Plumlee. Shoots from the block. Left block shot on the way. That misses off the backboard. Young drives in. Banked in off the glass.
What unselfishness from the young guard, Dunn. He's making more of an effort to distribute the ball.
Murray surveying the D. Offline with his three.
Having a hand up in your face makes such a difference to a shooter.
Yeah, that's a...
Paul Millsap has been leading the charge for Denver. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. And we'll be back with you shortly. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. And when you consider how Denver is doing, guys, what are your thoughts?
Well, you can see these guys are unafraid to take chances defensively.
Yeah, it's a gambling style that pays off, GA, keeping things in disarray for that offense.
Plumlee out there with Grant. Then there's Monte Morris. Then it's Michael Porter. And it's Craig in at the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Here's Grant. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
And not just a scorer, but a distributor as well. Porter's court awareness is really impressive.
They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe. Bulls making a switch here. Valentine's checked in. Bulls shooting their first foul shot of the night.
And on the season, they're hitting about 76%, which is a decent rate.
Starter in this league for almost a decade. Thaddeus Young's numbers, Greg, won't blow you away. So what is it that makes him a winning player?
I think it starts with his defense, Kevin. Drawing charges and getting deflections. His quickness puts him in a position to make those effort plays.
Morris finds Plumlee, sinks the 15-footer. Plumlee's got his first basket of the night.
That's their third straight make off an assist.
Down against Morris. Pass to Young. Now here's Satoransky. Defense is right there. Shot clock at 6. Up and in on the layup.
They're consistently finding ways to get the ball inside and taking full advantage.
Grant kicks to Porter. Back to Grant. And stolen by Valentine. In transition, here come the Bulls. Dunn's running. Young outside. Valentine wide open. He fires. He hits the back iron and sinks the shot. Valentine's got the lead up to 1 now for Chicago. Grant the pass to Porter. And finished off by Porter.
He just jumps so fast. I mean, give Porter a chance to dunk, and he doesn't think twice about it.
Here's Satoransky. No good that time. And it's Denver the other way. And going against Chicago, their first meeting of the season.
Yeah, an interconference matchup, and these are two teams at different ends of the spectrum as far as the talent is concerned.
Pass to Young. And Young slams it home.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. And Dunn over to help. Back to Porter. Pass to Craig. He kicks to Grant. The shot, no good. Good defensive work there by Young. Cornette passes to Satoransky. Dunn outside. Over Morris. Dunn's shot's good. Dunn's got 6. While the NBA is entertainment, you know, Chris, it also can have a very social impact in a positive ways. Guys like Kyle Korver have spoken out. The Jazz took action last season. Chris, how do you feel the league has responded to issues like discrimination?
Well, I think the league has done a wonderful job, better than any league. First of all, we acknowledge it. You don't just throw it under the rug and say there's no problem here. And that may be the toughest, to be able to acknowledge that. And then secondly, to make quick, sweeping decisions, I think has also been awesome too. But I don't think any league in the history of sports has had more players speak up for issues in society than ours. Let's go back to Bill Russell and others, the way that they started the game and came in. We have to love it, and I love the fact that the league is not scared of the narrative, and we work together. And by the way, that Kyle Korver article was so awesome. It was so vulnerable for him to write that. And when you have players like that, no matter what color, that are selfless to speak out to make society better, then it's not just good for the game, but it's great for all of us. So kudos to Kyle, the Jazz, and everyone doing all they can do to make things better for everyone.
Absolutely. And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, over the last few years, there's been a lot of talk about seeding playoff teams 1 through 16, regardless of conference. Now, taking the top 16 teams is a tough sell, especially for owners whose teams are in the relatively weaker Eastern Conference. But taking 8 teams from each conference and then cross-seeding earlier than the finals is something that does seem possible down the road. The reward for fans might be a finals matchup with the 2 best teams in the league. Kevin?
Interesting ideas, David, thank you. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Wendell Carter, he's checked in for Thaddeus Young. Inside. Here's Millsap. Lays it up, and despite of the excellent defense at that, Millsap's got 11. And it's Harrison with the ball for the Chicago Bulls. Here's Markkanen. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. And the Bulls lead by 2.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Here's Jokic. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
It was a closely contested first quarter for Chicago. They only had a couple rough stretches as the first period came to a close. And that's a wrap.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. You know, Paul Millsap has been exceptional here, guys.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
Yeah, working the ball, getting clean, quality looks. I mean, just efficient basketball through and through.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's set the floor. Brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up for the second half. So the Bulls 5 right now. Levine at the 2 with Porter at the 3. Markkanen and Carter are up front, and it's White in at point guard. Levine with it, picked up by Harris. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. It's on Gary Harris. Oh, Zach LaVine possesses a speed, Chris, and a burst that makes him a very tough matchup.
Yeah, and he has a great first step. I mean, when he is trying to beat a defender off the bounce, you can't let him get an edge to the hoop. He'll flush it on your head 9 times out of 10.
Here's Murray. His numbers are looking pretty good. He's got his scoring average up around 18.5 points a game. Chicago leading by 7. White, bounce pass. Levine dishes to Carter. Some solid defense from Harris.
You know, they say there are no easy finishes in the NBA, but that shouldn't be easy.
Martin left side. Some nice ball movement by the Nuggets. Murray, the pass to Jokic. Stolen by Markkanen. And, oh, here we go. Carter's got it in the fast break chance. No coverage that time. Levine's got the lead up to 10 now for the Bulls. Harris passes to Millsap. Back to Harris. Barton outside. He wants to get to Millsap and does. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. Now the Bulls with it. It's been 8 unanswered points for him. Outside, White. Back to Levine. It's stolen by Harris. And now Millsap pushing it up. No one back to stop him. Shoots over Markkanen. Millsap misses. The Bulls leading by 10. Here's Porter. And finished off by Porter.
The Porter can run the floor. He flies down the court like a track sprinter. Tough to keep up with.
It's stolen by Carter. Here's Markkanen, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Markkanen's got 9.
And getting out in transition has been a big part of this run that they're on.
Out left to the wing. Jokic inside. Carter on him, and that one's good. Jokic.
And providing the support, boy, they need it. That stops a 12-0 run by Chicago.
Markkanen, and the layup is good. 11 points in the game.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
And it's Jokic missing.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Here's Levine, and it's sent back by Jokic. And the ball travels out of his hands. It was last touched by Jokic. Porter's checked in for the Nuggets. So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group. Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Wendell Carter. Chandler Hutchison comes in for Lauri Markkanen. Shaquille Harrison, he's checked in for Porter. And Zedaransky subbed in for White. Here's Jokic. Murray, no good.
The D making that layup look very uncomfortable for him. Good aggressive work down low.
And Levine, here we go, lays it up off the glass. Levine's got 13 points here in the second half alone.
As soon as Levine hits a few of these, you know he's feeling it. Just keep getting him the rock.
Here's Jokic. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
You know, you watch Nikola Jokic out there, and he just moves like a guard. The way he approaches the game, sees the court, and shoots just aren't found in that center position.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Grant, he's checked in for Millsap. Torrey Craig comes in for Murray. And Monte Morris subbed in for Barton. Thaddeus Young, he's checked in for Chicago. Denzel Valentine comes in for Levine. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, there's not a lot of NBA players who come from Finland. Now there's Lauri Markkanen. Before him, there was Hanno Matala, who was actually Lauri's high school coach. Markkanen is soft-spoken and family-focused, but he says everything starts from basketball. All the decisions I make are based on if it helps me on the basketball court. Kevin?
Terrific attitude, David. Thanks. Craig passes to Grant. Will not go. This is off the front iron. And so it's Young who brings it up for Chicago. They lead by 20. That's the most we've seen. Grant down low. And the dunk by Grant.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one-hander.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Here's Harrison. It's good.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Nuggets.
I need something to believe I need something that can keep me holding
Mason Plumlee's checked in for Grant. The Bulls also changing it up. Carter, he's checked in for Young. And Chris Dunn subbed in for Denzel Valentine. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Morris looking over the floor. To the inside. Here's Porter. It's hauled in by the Bulls. They get to take on the Heat at Miami after this one. That'll be the last game of their very short 3-game road tour. Gets it off. And so it's the Chicago Bulls controlling the game. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Yeah, he put it on the platter and it was served cold. Now, I love the poise, the decisiveness. This is how you run an offense.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. They've got Morris. Jokic is out there with Plumlee. Then it's Porter. And it's Craig in at the 2 spot. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Chris, of the guys you went against and played against, who would have benefited from today's style of play the most?
Oh, man, I got a few names. Billy Owens. Billy Owens, to me, was a guy like a Kevin Durant. No, he couldn't shoot like that, but he did everything on the floor for us there in Golden State. And I think in today, an open game for him where he could get going, oh, man, that would just be incredible. I also think of a guy like Detlef Shrimp. He could post up, he could pop and pick, he could shoot the ball deep, he could shoot off the dribble, finish on the break, whatever you wanted, he could give it to you that way. And I think for both guys, that size, that sweet spot, 6'7", 6'8", but played like a little bit of a guard, those 2 guys come to mind.
Here's Carter. Here's Dunn. Carter left side. Here's Hutchison. The Bulls keep it alive.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
As it seems like some teams have been in rebuild mode for a long time. Is there a point at which the league should step in and maybe, I don't know, take over or give them guidance?
You know, I really do. And not because it's necessarily the fault of the team, because, it's tough to win a championship. But to be a perennial bottom basement dweller, it's not good for the fans. And fans like myself, every year comes the first game, we think, hey, we could win a championship, we could do it. But, you know, our thought process is not based in knowledge. It's just based in our hope and will for the team. So you definitely want to keep teams straight. You want to keep them honest. And I think the league could find a way to step in but not step on the toes of ownership.
Big group substitution here for Denver. Paul Millsap is checked in for Plumlee. Will Barton comes in for Michael Porter. Harris is checked in for Torrey Craig. And Murray's subbed in for Monte Morris.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
He's really turned it around here in the second half. I mean, his offense has returned.
And Jokic slings it in.
Ooh, put a little extra on that one.
He does. He doesn't usually finish soft either. Obviously, he can when necessary, but not that time.
You know what? You've got to always be in control of your emotions.
So for the Bulls, Markkanen, he's checked in for Chandler Hutchison. Porter comes in for Harrison, and it's White in for Chris Dunn.
And that's a gift if I've ever seen. They've got to communicate much better out there.
And it's Murray penetrating, and he finishes nicely on the layup.
Love how creative Murray is with the ball, just dribbling through defenders like it's nothing.
Denver's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Launches it, hits the 3-point bomb. Murray's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Really good job of creating just enough space to let that one fly.
And again, Chicago turns it over.
I mean, come on, fellas, keep your head in the game. I mean, that pass should have been basic.
The Nuggets trail by 20. It's good. That basket, he's now 5 for 9.
And the D has no answer for Murray. Just absolutely ferocious at attacking the basket.
Carter kicks to Markkanen. White the pass to Levine. Back to White. Bulls moving the ball around. Carter with it. Picked up by Harris. Levine. Second chance shot. White finds Levine. Over Harris. Levine, good. Levine's got 24.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And it's not about running up the score. It's about closing the door on any kind of comeback.
Here's Jokic. Good. And Harris gets the assist. Harris has got 3 assists now in this one.
Well, you like guys who can work that in-between area, really keeps the defense honest.
Oh, yeah, flexibility is crucial. You have to be able to take what the defense gives you.
Nuggets have gone 5 of 10, 50% from the field.
And this is what they wanted. I mean, to announce their presence in this matchup with authority, very decisive. It can definitely be considered a statement win for Chicago.
This was a very efficient offense tonight.
And they found a way to get their shots to go down. A little luck didn't hurt. A lot of their 50-50 shots fell their way.
And you can mark this one down in the W column. It'll mark their 23rd of the season.
And once it becomes official, this win gives them a nice confidence boost.
And so the coach's challenge here comes into play. The coach protesting the personal foul call.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology, Greg. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Gafford passes to Dunn. Over Vonleh. And that one hits back iron.
Oh, he found the open space from mid-range. Just maybe rushed his release a little bit.
Morris outside. Here's Bates Diop. From outside the arc, sinks the triple.
Well, that's almost a sure thing when you leave him that wide open on the perimeter. I mean, that's his sweet spot.
And here's Millsap from the arc. It's hauled in by Dunn.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Fast break, here we go. Here's Vonleh. Basket good.
Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yeah, you can tell they love to get out and run when the opportunity is there.
Harrison scanning the floor. And there's the pass to Cornette. From deep three-point range. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. And in the win, a comfortable win in
body fluid. And goaltender.
puck pickups, upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltending.
Yo, it's the 2KMC. and it's time to see what's good in the neighborhood. Here's the schedule for the upcoming 2K Compete events. Plenty of chances to earn and rep up. Buckle up, because on Saturday, we've got Formula 2K. My points.
Coming up next, the Nuggets taking up. It's. Well, he sure has. First NBA All-Star ever out of Australia. Thanks, David. We get a break in the action, so let's take a look at the West and how the teams are stacking up. You look at the Nuggets. Unless they completely melt down, they should be in good position for a playoff run.
And you know, for the Nuggets, they've got their sights set pretty darn high right now. After what they've done this season, their goal is nothing short of a title.
A massive amount of confidence, tremendous swagger with this team, and they believe in themselves. That might be all it takes to get them where they want to go.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. The tall lineup out there for the 76ers. Simmons, Richardson, Harris, Horford, and Embiid. And for Denver, at the forward slots, it's Barton and Millsap. The backcourt is Murray and Harris. And it's Jokic in at the 5 spot. Brent, on both ends of the floor, Will Barton is an effective spark plug for this team.
Yeah, he can fire you up out there, Kevin. He can do some things, obviously, defensively to get the team going and igniting the fast break. And then offensively, I know Mike Malone might not agree with all of the choices from Will Barton, but when he gets it going, it's an extra spark for this Nuggets squad.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
And the gamble paying off. Oh, can't punish the defense for leaving him open that time. That's a frustrating miss for a really steady jump shooter.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. Here's Simmons. Denver getting their last shot to go. Embiid. He doesn't hit that one.
Yeah, scoreless here early after their first 4 shots. They, right now, are searching for a bucket.
And it's blocked by Simmons.
How about the balance and body control? Simmons able to send that one packing. When you are wrapped up that tightly in the mid-range, you are better off just moving the ball.
Yeah, that's one where you hope if he gets in there the next time, he makes a different choice.
The Nuggets shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Paul Millsap.
First free throw is good.
2 shots.
And how about the transition from Paul Millsap, going away from that star role to being more of a role player here in his later years? No longer needed to carry the torch, if you will, in terms of scoring and rebounding, but he can still give you just a bit of everything else at this stage.
Now here's Embiid, following the miss by Jokic. Simmons on the wing. He's covered by Murray. Just 5 to shoot. Richardson the pass to Horford. Over Millsap. Horford no luck. And with Millsap, you can just see him contribute in so many ways.
I mean, a great passer for his position and also very unselfish with his offense. Still a plus defender with how often he is giving up size on the inside.
Things are going south right now. This is not the type of shooting that his teammates expect from him.
The 76ers again can't hit it. It was the Nuggets their last game and lost to Dallas. Murray against Simmons. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
And I have just been so impressed with the way Jamal Murray has added to his game. Keeps pushing himself every offseason to make the most of his abilities as a player and continues to be a consistent threat from the outside.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Plumlee, he's checked in for Jokic. Jeremy Grant comes in for Paul Millsap. Michael Porter, he's checked in for Barton. And it's Torrey Craig in for Harris.
And already they've staked out a noticeable advantage in terms of aggression and controlling the backcourt.
And with Murray, Greg, you forget how young he is. He entered the NBA right out of his freshman year at Kentucky.
I mean, Murray was taken 7th in his draft and has kind of flown under the radar from that class. But the more you watch him, the more you feel like you're seeing a star in the making.
Grant dishes to Porter. Good ball movement here by the Nuggets. And finished off by Porter.
Really seizing the momentum of this game, but doing it with a methodical approach.
Well, how good have they been on the inside tonight, just getting down into the painted area and just dominating, controlling that spot.
54 seconds left to play in the first. And finished off by Porter.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
Yeah, if you walked in at any point during this game to watch 5 minutes of play, one team played harder. We know who that was.
Back to Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket, guys, still shaking. Back to Murray. On the wing, Porter. Here's Plumlee. The shot will not fall. So Philadelphia will take it the other way. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons. Count it, good. Bibles got it back down to within single digits for the 76ers.
All the way to the bucket, no resistance. Just swipe the candy from him.
Porter, no luck. And now the 76ers on the break. Embiid leading the charge. Shooting. And now, yep, this will be a coach's challenge. We thought that might happen, triggering a review of the personal foul.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology, Greg. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able now. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined, Greg, to overrule the original. And so it's Denver enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. They've been putting on a clinic in the paint. Shots are falling with regular.
What put me over the...
Playing for a historic franchise, Greg. They've got, of course, the great fan support, great history. Something Horford relishes.
A great choice. A team with depth and youth. They have a chance to be good for a long time.
And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And for the Nuggets, this has been the game they wanted to have.
Well, their effort on the defensive end has set the tone for this game.
That defense has been infectious here as everybody stepping up aggressively on that end.
And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. Taking a look at the 76ers. And here we go, coach's challenge happening right now. This one in regards to the personal foul, seeing if that was the right call.
2 shots.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology, Greg. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able now. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Each year, so many coaching changes. Brent, do you feel they generally get too much blame when things go wrong?
I don't know if blame is the word, Kevin. That's just the easy out for a lot of organizations that want to make some changes. The main thing that's frustrating, I think, for the coaching fraternity is patience. You have to be realistic about the potential of your team and how much time it takes to grow what it is that coach's culture is all about. That's where teams sometimes lose out and give up on somebody a little bit early.
But these guys go into it eyes wide open.
Oh, there's no question about it. And really good coaches in the NBA know that it might not last all that long. So they're going to be who they are. That's who you want to hire. Hire a coach who knows exactly who he is, both coming in the door and walking away.
Here's what Denver's going with right now. Jokic, he's checked in for Plumlee. Millsap comes in for Jeremy Grant, and Harris subbed in for Torrey Craig. Here's Here's Jokic, and Jokic slams it in.
Jokic is a big center, tough to contain close to the basket. That's a nice throwdown.
And the dunk by Horford.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
You have to credit the aggressiveness offensively because that's when you make a play when you really need it.
A shot by Milton, no good. And the call will be against Harris. That's his first foul.
Yeah, clearly struggling here with the foul. Still early. And just one more will put him over the limit.
Will Barton, he's checked in for Michael Porter. Richardson, he's checked in for the 76ers. Here's Horford. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Horford's got 4 points in the quarter.
I like seeing Josh Richardson distribute the ball, especially when his teammates are wide open. That makes for an easy pass.
Stolen away. And now Philadelphia on the break. Oh, and the jam by Ben Simmons.
Yeah, whenever Simmons gets a chance to show off his insane jumping skills, he seizes it.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
And of course, we'd all like to see his percentage at the line improve, but he just does not have the touch right now. He's in the 60s.
The Nuggets haven't made a mistake at the line yet. 10 of 10.
And as a unit, they're shooting 78% from the line. That's a solid number to work with on the season. And that's another area where he is just a superb player. Excellent at the free throw line.
To the wing on the left. Here's Korkmaz. Connects from three-point range.
A tough start scoring the basketball, but they're starting to turn it around now. And when he gets ahead of steam, you almost feel sorry for defenders. Ben Simmons, a combination of size, speed, and ball handling that can, at times, be unstoppable.
And he gets a lot of points right there at the rim, but the defense determined not to give up the easy deuce there.
And that one's good. Millsap.
Even though Millsap draws the contact there, he does an incredible job forcing that one through the hoop.
And with his passing and driving ability, Greg, Simmons is like combining a power running back in football with a pinpoint passing quarterback. Not much he can't do.
Kevin, a football metaphor is appropriate. Simmons grew up playing Australian rules football, and the physicality and quick thinking of that sport really reflected in his style of play.
Here's Jokic, and Gary Harris is going to pick up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
And he drew that call by establishing his base early and then doing a great job with the box out.
Got there early, and his anticipation of that play was rewarded by that call.
And the Nuggets making a change here. Murray's checked in. Horford the pass to Thibault. Second shot opportunity, and the layup is up and in.
You don't want to ever give up points on the boards. That's the lesson for the team there. That's a hustle play to save points.
Harris finds Murray. Back to Harris. Denver passing it around. Harris against Millsap. And the shot goes in. Millsap's got 12 in the game.
And now the defense has to shift what they're going to try to do with Paul Millsap getting off to a hot start here.
Richardson the pass to Harris. 51 seconds left in the second quarter. Richardson the bounce pass from 11 feet away. And it's Jokic with the rebound. Jokic has got his fourth rebound with that last one here tonight. Harris's shot is off.
All the time in the world to get that one off.
To the paint. Here's Thibault. No one on him, and he makes the easy one. He's got 6.
Well, for Tobias Harris to take this step, getting away from scoring and finding teammates to become a more adept passer, it's good signs.
And I like the fact that he really was unfazed by that scoreless first quarter, and now you can see him getting into a rhythm.
Thibault can't get it to go. Denver leading by 9, and so the ball is out of bounds. Richardson touched it last.
I'll tell you what, they're really fortunate there. Those long bomb passes usually spell disaster, but they get away with one there.
We've got 13 seconds left here in the second. Millsap. Good, and the assist goes to Murray. And the Nuggets lead by 11.
A great shot on the drive from Millsap. The D presents a challenge there, but he gets around it.
Here's Scott. No good on the last second attempt there. Paul Millsap. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Greeting. There was no stopping Paul Millsap in the first half. He had 14 points. And that does it for our half.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. You know, Paul Millsap has been exceptional here, guys.
In those first two quarters, he was pretty much an automatic bucket getter if he got it down low on the block.
Yeah, we'll see if the double teams start to come here in the second half to make them adjust offensively. But he's going to keep going at it.
Millsap and Jokic, the big men. Filling out the wings, Harris and Barton. And it's Murray in at the point. That's the group for Mike Malone getting going here in the second half.
Throw it down, young fella. Simmons is explosive and without a doubt one of my favorite dunkers.
Murray, no good.
I'm a fan of anybody who defends that way. I mean, they weren't about to open the door and just allow him to cruise in for a layup. And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket, guys, still shaking.
And this summer, a 5-year, $170 million max contract extension for Ben Simmons. The Sixers didn't want to give him any cause to look elsewhere. A great talent, but the hope with that kind of money is that he'll develop that jump shot. And I gotta say, sort of surprising he goes for a slam that difficult when they're trailing.
But still a magnificent move to the rim. Grant, he's checked in for the Nuggets.
And the Nuggets franchise still looking for their first trip to the NBA Finals.
How about the franchise making the ABA Finals back in 1976? So it's been quite elusive here in the mountains to get the finals back to Denver. 40 years ago, still looking for that trip.
And they double up Simmons. He kicks to Embiid. Wants to get it to Grant and does. Here's Jokic. Up again. It's good on the putback. And it's a 10-point Nugget lead.
Solid rebound there, and with the score like it is, that's an area where they can't afford to get lazy.
Really as good as any passing big that we have in the NBA. Horford is a guy who can run an offense as a big.
Here's Barton. Shoots from the elbow. No good from Grant. The 76ers trail by 8. A three from Simmons. That one does not go. It puts him at 5 for 9 from the field. Grant kicks to Harris. The pass to Murray. And Ben Simmons picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Monte Morris is checked in for Denver. And Philadelphia also making a switch. Korkmaz is checked in for Tobias Harris.
I swear Jokic is out there playing with the watch on because of the timing aspect of his game.
And that one, good. And that's 13 points for Ben Simmons.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
Barton passes to Jokic. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in this game. Richardson, good.
And they're passing the ball very crisply here.
With social media, extended TV coverage, lots of distractions for these players, Brent. But some do a terrific job of blocking all that out and keeping their focus.
I think the roles and responsibilities of teams is changing around exactly what you're talking about, Kevin. You have to have people within your organization that help these players understand where it is that they have to focus most. And that is your job on the floor. And so really good organizations are educating the players on that. They're not just relying on the agents or outside sources. Teams are trying to get in there and impact guys at a young age to make sure that, as you said, that noise is not part of of their beginning part of their career.
They're getting this win. And Philadelphia making a change here. Just over 3.5 minutes through the third quarter of play now. Plumlee dishes to Morris. Feeds it to Grant. And he lays it straight in. Grant's got 4 points in the quarter.
Well, when he gets into the paint, Kevin, he starts to get hungry. He goes right through the defense. He's a straight line guy.
Here's Embiid. And he drops it in from the low post.
Yeah, the chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
Here's Craig. And it's good for 2. Craig's got 5 points so far. The 76ers trail by 9. Passes it to Thibault. Shoots the 3. Good on the triple.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
To the middle. Here's Grant over Embiid. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
In the last few years, we've seen a nice leap from Jeremy Grant, including how effective he can be in that spot.
Paul Millsap's checked in for Monte Morris. And you see Jeremy Grant on this team. He means so much more than just his stats.
He's a fantastic glue guy, and his teammates talk about how unselfish he is on the floor. Great team player and an even better chemistry guy off the court.
Millsap kicks to Craig. Back to Millsap. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. And that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home.
And, you know, as he learns the game at this level, he's going to block more shots. Porter has the length and the ability to move his feet. And running with a full head of steam, but completely under control.
Yeah, you think he's comfortable at that speed. He's done it so many times before. Just an absolute blur in transition, and that helps get the rhythm going.
And so it's Denver. Their lead at 11 points to end the quarter. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. On the court for Philadelphia to start the 4th, Harris and Embiid together in the middle. Then there's Alec Burks. Then it's Robinson, and it's Milton in a 2-guard. And an intentional foul right there.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Ben Simmons, he's checked in for Alec Burks. A nice shot by Embiid.
Yeah, that's not an assignment that I want there, Kevin. I'd rather do math homework than to try and cover that guy.
Harris finds Porter. Here's Craig, guarded by Robinson. Some nice ball movement by the Nuggets. Here's Porter. The putback controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. And the Nuggets lead by 9.
Again and again, they're dissecting the defense and creating those high percentage looks from inside. And won't find many more games as entertaining as this one.
No, this is about as high octane a game as you're going to find.
And Plumlee kicks to Harris. And stolen by Simmons. And here we go. And Simmons slams it in.
Crafty and smooth. Simmons tearing up the nets. He is definitely a rising star.
Pass to Porter. Here's Craig. About a minute and a half into the 4th quarter now. Back to Porter from deep. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. And slam dunk by Harris.
Well, they left it until the 4th quarter, but finally the run they needed to get back into this one.
Finally got themselves in the trenches. Momentum completely shifted now. We've got a tight one here in the final period.
And Simmons is right there. Simmons got 13 points in the second half.
And this has been a great job of just getting into the middle of that defense and really scoring effectively from the paint.
And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2.
Yeah, just using those long strides to just kind of knife through the teeth of the defense. Porter daring them to hit him on that one.
A different look for Denver. Jokic has checked in for Plumlee, and Murray subbed in for Torrey Craig. Al Horford's checked in for the 76ers. Richardson comes in for Shake Milton.
Every time they get scored on during this run, it's come from inside the paint.
Murray for three. Denver gets it back. And the 76ers with possession. They're on a 14-4 run. And stolen by Harris. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. From deep. It's hauled in by the 76ers.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
To take the lead, and Embiid the bucket on the assist by Richardson. Embiid's got the lead up to 1 now for Philadelphia. Here's Jokic, and it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Embiid's got 8 rebounds in this game.
Jokic needed it, and he got it.
Harris kicks to Horford. Jokic against Embiid. Outside, Simmons. And he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. It's going to be on Jokic.
And when Simmons is taking it strong to the cup, he's looking for a foul. Love this guy's aggressive.
And the Nuggets making a change here. Barton's checked in.
Yeah, look, you'd like to take the lead on that possession, but at least he was able to tie the game up.
Richardson the pass to Horford. Good work defensively by Milson.
How about the timing he shows there to challenge that shot?
Yeah, not easy to do there, and that's a guy that you can tell takes every possession defensively very seriously.
And then Simmons slams it in.
And Simmons, just such a gifted player, someone who is mentally strong in these situations.
For 3, Murray. Jokic, great positioning on the putback. Jokic has got it all tied up now for Denver.
Jokic stepping up big time here.
Simmons dishes to Horford. Pass to Richardson. Here's Simmons. Count it!
That is world class.
Love seeing that there. A huge possession, and he nets it.
And there's a whistle, and that's going to go on Simmons. That's foul number 2 for him. 52 seconds left in the game. Here's Barton, and that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle, and 2 shots coming up.
It's pretty obvious right now the defense is not comfortable with Barton taking those shots. He's remarkable at drawing fouls when he's on the floor.
And Philadelphia calls time here. They lead by 2. There's 48 seconds left to play here in the fourth. And now we've got a moment for our Jordan player of the game, Ben Simmons.
Yeah, and his percentage from the field tonight, just amazing. He hadn't just been gunning. He's been picking his spots, and you need that kind of patience and discipline to shoot as well as he has.
And we've got an update here, so let's check in with David Aldridge reporting from the sideline.
Well, over that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what Brett Brown said to his team. He knows this has been a hard-fought game, and he wanted his guys to just sit down and catch their breath. He said, look, we're right in the game, guys. Let's make a little push here. Let's come out with some bite. Kevin?
Here's Jokic. Got it. A tremendous 3 to tie it up.
And that's like a body blow answered with another body blow. And these fans go from dejection to deliriousness in a matter of seconds.
Harris against Richardson. Jokic. Rebound by Joel Embiid. And Simmons has got the ball here for Philadelphia. Harris passes to Horford. Money!
Super shot from Horford there. His team counts on him to provide that for them. He's always ready for it.
Here's Millsap. Ooh, offline. And that's an intentional foul.
You know what? Smart foul. You got to try and extend the game.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 3-point lead.
So much inside of Josh Richardson that is yet to be tapped into. An athletic shooting guard who can play both ends of the floor.
That ought to do it. I think any chance for a miracle comeback just went out the window with those free.
David, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up for...
puck pickups, upper and lower body fluid, and goaltending.
I'm Mike Wang, here with expert tips. Good coaching means being able to make smart adjustments in game. That's why this week, we're going to show you how to make some basic adjustments in NBA 2K20. If you're up against a team that's exploiting your offensive or defensive game plan,
the beaches of Santa Monica and Venice. And with tip, he's done a terrific job. Thanks, David. Look at the 76ers starting crew. The tall lineup out there for the 76ers. Simmons, Richardson, Harris, Horford, and Embiid. And for the Clippers, Paul George is out there with Patrick Beverley. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's Marcus Morris. And it's Zubac in at the 5.
I'll tell you what, when Kawhi knifes his way to the rim, it's next level.
Simmons passes to Richardson. Pass to Harris. Well, Smitty, for players and teams that are out of the playoff hunt, how do they stay motivated here to go the rest of the season every night, every practice, every trip?
And I think that's when the organization, your captains, your coaches, you got to talk about being a pro. Sometimes you lose focus. You're not in the playoffs, and maybe your team that was supposed to be or not slated to be in the playoffs. You still are a professional. You have to have a professional approach.
Here's Simmons following the basket by Marcus Morris.
I admire Simmons' ability inside. That's where he's an elite finisher.
A 3 from Morris. It's hauled in by Harris. And now just over a minute played here in the first. Here's Simmons. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
And Simmons drops them both.
A big key to the Clippers' recent surge, the development of Montrezl Harrell. His activity and his ability to score have been infectious for this team, and he also can be very intimidating.
And George, here we go. Morris trying to free himself up, and that one's good, George.
And I just love the aggressiveness from George, just slicing apart the defense with that terrific ability to penetrate.
Simmons, yes, that goes in. Simmons got 6 points. And the Clippers getting Harrell in that Chris Paul deal turned out to be a decent trade for both teams.
You're totally right. The Rockets already had Capella. Harrell was sort of a redundant in terms of skill set. And you can only have one rim runner on the floor before you began to compromise spacing.
And it's Paul George with the foul. That is his first foul of the game. For Philadelphia, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. And they double up Simmons. Harris finds Horford. Now Simmons. And the pass to Richardson. Clock at 6. Now here's Embiid, defended by Beverley.
You look at Kawhi's work ethic on defense. He's perfected the art.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
And it's Leonard with the jam.
And once he gets clear off the screen, there is no stopping him.
No, not when there's a flush waiting to happen.
That's a big-time move and a big-time finish.
Now here's Simmons. 6 points for him. Passes to Harris. Embiid against Leonard. Embiid, no good.
A little ambitious on that possession, trying to hit a shot in the face of that defensive pressure.
Well, Ivica Zubac may not block a lot of shots, but Smitty, he is still a solid defender.
What Zubac does is a great job of challenging players at the rim and provides great help from the weak side. He does rack up a lot of defensive fouls, but hopefully that decreases with time.
76ers have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
And they've been ordinary on the season as well, just about 75% from the line.
A platoon swap here for the Clippers. Jackson gets the bucket.
The developing feel Reggie Jackson has for scoring inside, playing much more under control these days.
Thibault, the pass to Embiid. Here's Scott. It's hauled in by Los Angeles.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
Harrell kicks to Williams. And he banks in the layup.
Yeah, these defenders just look a bit overmatched, especially inside.
The 76ers trail by 4. Embiid wide open. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Williams passes to Harrell. That shot missing. And it's Philadelphia the other way. And there's the call on Lou Williams. That's his first foul. Korkmaz, he's jacked in for the 76ers. Burks comes in for Simmons. Pass to Embiid. Shamet with the steal. Oh, and here we go. Jackson, nobody back. And the dunk by Jackson.
Hard to keep up with Reggie when he gets out in space. And on top of that, an excellent finisher.
And Embiid, the bucket on the assist from Robinson. Embiid's got 5.
Terrific play. This is why you run your offense through him and live with the results.
And the dunk by Jackson.
And that's a special play coming from the one spot.
You know, his passing can take a backseat for that dunk. Wow.
It just shows you the versatility. This guy can do a lot of different things for you. Woo-wee.
Textbook. Nice pass. Great catch. Even better finish.
Pass to Harrell. To the inside. Here's Green. Good ball movement here by the Clippers. Keeps it alive. Scott pulls it in. For Philadelphia, they've gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. Here's Embiid. Green with the block.
One of JaMychal's strengths is his shot blocking. Whether he's down low or on the perimeter, he gets up quickly.
And they're on the break. Here's Scott. He trains the turnaround jump shot.
Oh, the turnaround jumper. That was just beautiful.
Outside Jackson. A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. The game is evolving, and Al Horford has changed his game.
It never occurred to me that I'd be...
And give Horford credit. He adjusted with the times. He didn't stay set, Greg, in his ways.
Yeah, he was always a great mid-range shooter, and he's proven to be a legitimate threat from deep.
And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. What stands out to you guys from the 76ers in this one?
They've gotten to the line with tremendous consistency here through the first period.
They just look hungrier out there. They don't mind taking the pounding.
So to begin the second quarter for the Philadelphia 76ers, Joel Embiid out there with Scott. Then there's Alec Burks. And it's Korkmaz in at the 3.
Well, for so much of what Paul George brings to the table, you have to start with his defensive impact. He is one of the top defenders in the league at his position, if not the best.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Clippers trail by 4. Jackson passes to Green to the left side wing. Down low. Jackson misses. You look at George with all he does, Greg, you sometimes forget how good his perimeter defense is.
Well, I mean, his teammates and coaches won't ever forget about the impact he has on that end. Even when George isn't scoring or the shot isn't falling, he is still a monster on the floor just with his defense alone.
That's just good basketball. Can't ask for a better look.
Here's Milton. Green with the rebound. Green's got 4 rebounds in this game. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. That one on Embiid. You know, Smitty, every team at some point faces some locker room turmoil. How tough is it to balance team chemistry?
You know, it's very tough. Sometimes you have those 1 or 2 player additions that it just changes the dynamic of your team. Sometimes you lose a leader. He might not be the best player. Then a lot of times guys are playing for contracts, and some guys get a little bit upset because they figure they're playing for their individual success versus team. But when you have that right chemistry, it is beautiful.
Here's Richardson. Kawhi Leonard making his last shot. Feeds it to Harris. Here's Milton. Another miss by Philadelphia. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Clippers. Last time these two teams came together was also in this building. They were able to win it for the home fans.
And they did win that last game in this matchup. And it seemed they got the benefit of the whistle. Many thought the Raptors or Lakers would land Kawhi, but in the end, he came to the Clippers to write his own legacy. Returning to Southern Cal, where he grew up, was a big part of his decision. The big surprise was how Kawhi was out recruiting other stars behind the scenes to join him with the Clippers.
Here's Jackson after Ben Simmons' bucket. And it's Harrell missing. And here in the second quarter of action with a hair under 2.5 minutes played so far. Here's Simmons. In time, he gets the jumper to fall. And now it's a 3-point 76ers lead.
Fantastic ball movement. They're picking them apart with their passing.
And stolen by Richardson. And now the 76ers on the break. Goes up, and Simmons slams it in.
This is where Tobias has really improved, keeping his eyes up, making plays for others.
Jackson misses. The 76ers leading by 5. There's the pass to Harris. That time from Leonard.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better.
Oh, that was something else.
And hustle paying off there for George in the open court. Gets up court in a flash and finishes before the D can even react.
And Simmons kicks to Horford. Richardson outside. 76ers moving the ball around. Simmons with it. Leonard picks him up. And then Simmons slams it in.
Yeah, whenever Simmons gets a chance to show off his insane jumping skills, he sees it.
And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Horford. The putback and staying with the play, Harris. Harris has got his second basket.
The defense not putting up any fight on the inside. They've allowed 10 straight points in the paint.
And stolen by Richardson. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Harris. As we get a break in the action now, let's take a look at the East and how the teams are stacking up. Take a look at the 76ers. They're trying to get in the playoffs here. If they stay the course, they will.
And seeing where the 76ers are, this season has been, it's been solid. But they just need to maintain their place in the standings and get 100% prepared here for the postseason.
I don't think they played their best basketball, so if things do come together for them before the end of the regular season, look out.
And for a long time, JaMychal Green was mostly an energy player. But he's expanded his game lately.
Worked on developing an outside shot. He can drop a few threes from the power forward spot. Now, Kevin, he still has a high motor. You love the activity around the rim.
Looking at Philadelphia, they want to turn it around after the loss to Detroit. Here's Thibault. He's covered by Leonard. Stolen by George.
A quick, good shot here, and they can go 2 for 1.
Trying to squeeze out every extra possession, but they have to work fast.
Now, here is George. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Golden State.
I mean, a great look by Kawhi, aware of what the defense is trying to do. Understands the spacing.
76ers have shot 50% from the line today. 1 for 6. That free throw, no good.
And in the first quarter, he was consistently getting to the line and really causing headaches for the D. Haven't seen that same type of consistency here in the second.
Inside, here's Beverly. That falls. Nice speed that time from George. And the Clippers lead by 1.
And the feed from George couldn't be better. The timing, the placement, everything about that dish was pinpoint. We'll see if they can finally hold on to a lead. It's been back and forth all night.
Both teams putting forth their best efforts right now. This is the...
Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everyone. Ben Simmons putting in some incredible work. He ended up with 17 points and 1. And that...
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. What a game we're seeing from Simmons.
That first half looked like a dunk contest mixtape. Was just destroying the rim.
And these weren't just putbacks and alley-oops. He was roaring to the rim and finishing.
We've got Patrick Beverly. Marcus Morris is out there with Jermichael Green. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's George in at the 2 spot. That's who's out there for the Clippers. Shot clock at 3. Horford, no luck.
Easy chance from mid-range. Wouldn't be surprised to see them run that play again.
2 points. That one goes. Leonard's got 11 points.
And they're passing the ball very crisply here.
And the shot is good.
And that's what Simmons does. His vision and accuracy make him a premier presence on the floor.
Here's Leonard. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Leonard's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Playing at his tempo, his pace. He's been dialed in all night.
And it's Harris off the drive. Simmons with it. George picks him up. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. Well, Steve, it doesn't matter how they do it, but there are some players, as you know, that can get into another player's head. I guess like a Dennis Rodman, but there are a lot of them now that play and use that tactic.
Yeah, Draymond Green, Kevin, Patrick Beverly, Chris Paul, I think is one of those guys. P.J. Tucker.
And here we go with the coach's challenge. Surprise in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
And this is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Greg, indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on. Yeah, but they're 3 of 4 to start the second half.
Simmons finds Horford, and the rejection by Zubac.
Very cold start to the second half. 1 for 5, looking for some continuity.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
Passes it to Harris. Simmons on the wing. He's looking for Embiid and finds him.
And even if you risk a foul, the D has to play him tougher when he gets it that deep.
And if you don't, they keep finding the matchup every time up the floor.
And that one's good. Beverly.
Explosive first step off the bounce. Beverly has the speed to do this. Well, you talk about someone who's an absolute piranha on defense, and that is Patrick Beverly. Gives you no room to get comfortable and is a thorn in his assignment side.
Out of bounds, Philadelphia takes possession. And now a chance to see what's coming up for the Philadelphia 76ers. On Saturday, they'll be taking on Victor Oladipo and the Indiana Pacers. Then on Monday, they'll take on John Wall and the Washington Wizards.
And no secret that this team can be very tough in their own building. And that's good news as they are loaded up with home games over the next stretch. This is a chance to create some separation.
The 76ers need to get off a shot. Harris's shot is off. And Smitty with Beverly and his defense, it's not like he turns it on or off.
Nope, he's always going full speed on defense. It's been his calling card as a player for years now, and it's what he's made his name on in the NBA.
And checking out the stats for Beverly. Breaking down his play since the All-Star break. Averaging 5 points per game, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Nothing about his numbers really jump out at you, but he'll come up with a timely play or two every game.
He understands his role. He accepts it. He's one of those guys who doesn't need the ball to be effective.
Williams, he's checked in for Patrick Beverly.
And boy, he's really in a groove. Dominant performance last game. Same thing this time out.
Here's the thing. He's a guy who will go on hot streaks for you over a number of games.
Morris finds George. Zubac with it. Leonard on the wing. Some nice passing here by Los Angeles. To the inside. Burks with the steal. Pass to Korkmaz. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Korkmaz has got his first 2 points of the night. Williams passes to Zubac. Outside, George. To the middle. Here's Morris. And Morris throws it down.
Yeah, just aggressive there. Instead of going to one of his patented shots inside, Morris just simply rises up to be free. And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatics.
Oh, come on. He had to go for that, didn't he? My goodness. Pass to Embiid. Back to Korkmaz. Launches a three. It's rebounded by Lou Williams.
More good work on the glass there. When it's all said and done, I think rebounding might tell the story in this game.
76ers have made 8 of their 12 free throws in this game.
Shooting for Philadelphia, Ben Simmons. Taking 2 shots.
No good on the free throw.
And he's taking care of the hard part tonight, which is getting to the line. But he hasn't finished the job once he gets there.
Catching up on the changes for Philadelphia. Glenn Robinson, the third, is checked in for Scott. And it's Shake Milton in for Burks.
The aggressive approach. Leonard pushing the action, rewarded with the foul call.
He's made 2 of 3 from the stripe tonight. Montrezl Harrell, he's checked in for the Clippers. Landry Shamet comes in for George. Both free throws good from Kawhi Leonard.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
Thibault, the pass to Milton. Fires from the corner. Offensive rebound. That shot is off. Now, here is Morris. He has 6. And Harrell, the bucket on the assist by Morris. Harrell's got the lead up to 6 now for Los Angeles. Poked away, out of bounds. The Clippers take possession. Leonard with no one around. And again, Los Angeles with the triple.
Well, you know, the truth is, Leonard's been focused all night.
Kawhi Leonard has been on display for Los Angeles. He's up to 26 points in the game now. Just keeps pouring in the buckets. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, you also have the location of the pass. Puts it right where it needs to be, where his man can do something with it.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And so in the game for the 76ers, Korkmaz is out there with Robinson. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's Milton in at the shooting guard. The pass to Embiid over Harrell, and he can't bank that one in. Clippers leading by 11. Left side, Leonard. Shoots, and Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Korkmaz. No good on the 3. They've been doing a great job of sharing the ball.
And guys, shot A comes to mind for me because right now that offense, it's a smooth operator.
Here's Robinson, and it's Robinson with the jam. And it looks like, yep, it's a coach's challenge on the personal foul. That triggers a replay review by the officials.
This is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Greg, indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in air. So they have determined, Greg, to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Harris outside. Poke loose, Harrell with it, and it's Horford picking him up. Shamet on the wing. And again, no good by the Clippers. The 76ers trail by 9. Here's Thibault. Harris, and staying with the play, Harris.
A tremendous defensive rebounder. Harris getting it done at the offensive end that time.
Harrell. Good work defensively by Horford.
So frustrating when you can't get anything to go down as you're trying to help your team finish the job.
Oh, reversed it home. That was pretty.
Agreed. The agility on display. Back to Harris. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Nice bucket. The polished inside game. Something Harris relies on.
For those just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it.
Oh, no excuse for a guy of his caliber. You've got to finish that slam. Got to be a little embarrassed by that one.
They can take their time on this possession.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Just give themselves a little bit of a break.
And Los Angeles will go for a different look here. Zubac is checked in for Montrezl Harrell. Leonard comes in for Green. George is checked in for Landry Shamet. And it's Patrick Beverley in for Lou Williams. And Philadelphia also making a switch. Simmons is checked in.
Crafty and smooth. Simmons tearing up the nets. He is definitely a rising star.
And George, here we go. Leonard on the wing. Horford with the rebound. Horford's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. And Morris throws it down.
You see, that is just rude. Kawhi picks it, triggers the fast break. See ya.
Simmons looking around. 5 on the clock. Harris dishes to Horford. Over Morris. No good off the back of the rim. Clippers leading by 9. To the paint. And foul on the shot. So he'll get a chance at the line.
And that's some physical defense against Morris, who attacks with one of his many moves. And we'll just see what he does here at the line.
For Philadelphia, they've gone 4 of 10 here in the final period. Not the time to go cold. The deep 3 from George. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. For 3, Harris. It's hauled in by Paul George. And here's George. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter.
And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for Los Angeles.
Tonight, they did a great job of getting everyone involved. They had the good passing, and that led to some open shots.
Solid play, definitely, Kevin.
And so checking out their season record, this game will become their 45th win.
And you could tell they were ready for this one today, guys. There was something extra on the line, and they wanted it.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Leonard.
Shouldering the load for them all night offensively. He came in focused, ready to go, and he delivered.
Impressive job by the players, coaches, and don't discount the impact of these fans.
They gave the team tremendous energy tonight. The fans were fantastic. It was a true home court advantage.
And it's just competing, and, giving your best when it matters most.
It's called killer instinct. It's one thing to be close at the end. It's another to finish.
No good from Simmons. Fires from deep. Leonard, no luck. From deep three-point range, it's off. So it's Los Angeles winning this one easily, even early on. Thank you, David. Great interview once again. And that'll have...
puck pickups, upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltending. lower body fluid, and goaltender. puck pickups, upper and lower body fluid, and goaltending. body fluid, and goaltend. puck pickups, upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltending. body fluid, and goaltender. puck pickups, upper and lower body fluid, and goaltending. lower body fluid, and goaltender. Puck pickups, upper and lower body fluidity, and goaltending.
Defensively, by using right on the D-pad, you can adjust your overall defensive focus, how you defend against screens, as well as how to defend in transition. If you've got a versatile lineup like the Rockets, then you might want to switch everything on screens. But if you're rolling out a traditional big, that may not be the best decision.
They may be on the road, but the Bulls still know how to dress to impress. And let's check out a breakdown. Looking at some stats for Morris.
And guys, it hasn't been pretty for him in the past 5 games. He's having one of those scoring slumps that all players go through at some point in the season. But I know he hadn't lost his confidence, and I expect this young man to get after it here tonight.
Now let's take a look at the Bulls' opening lineup. Markkanen and Carter are up front. Levine at the 2 with Porter at the 3. And it's White in at the 1 spot. And for Los Angeles, Ivica Zubac is out there with Morris. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. Then it's Patrick Beverley. And it's George in at the shooting guard position. Here's Beverley after the made shot from Lauri Markkanen. Here's Leonard. Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points. So 1 free throw coming up. Another year of record-breaking offense. Why is it, Chris, that great offense so often beats great defense?
Because defense is not about stopping you. It's about making you take the option that the defense wants. And so if we make a guy that doesn't shoot jumpers very well, if we stop all the penetration and make him shoot a jumper and he knocks it down, you just got to shake his hand. Sometimes it's great D, better offense. And we know this is a scoring league. And, you can play the best defense in the world and have your hand up and, matter of fact, smack him in the face. But Curry, Harden, LeBron, they're still going to knock that shot down.
Smack him in the face, you say?
Oh, I've tried that. I've done that before, and it doesn't work with the greatest. No. Just tap them on the forehead while they're shooting a jump shot and look the other way. They'll still knock it down.
So it's Chicago now. The Clippers getting the bucket. Levine, good.
You can't play off of Levine so much. He's great at pulling up on a dime like this.
George finds Leonard. And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. Here's Markkanen. And there's the feed to Carter. To the left wing. Down low. Excellent D there from George.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over him.
He can't get that one. The Bulls have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Here's Levine. Excellent D there from George.
And the activity he shows around the rim is why he is such a respected defender.
Yeah, you can see why he's established that reputation. Strong understanding of how to defend at the rim.
Markkanen, and the rejection by Zubac. George against White. Lets it fly from 18. Markkanen pulls it in. Bulls trail by 8. Here's Levine. Got a piece of it. It's stolen by Morris. Ahead. Here's George. Oh, that was a strong dunk.
That's how you go hard.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
Well, you think defensively that you try to pack in the lane. I mean, but that opens up some opportunities for the shooters.
And here's Leonard from 3. Oh, yes, he did. 5 up and 5 down for him so far.
5 of 5 to start. I think he's in a zone.
Here's Carter. From 16 feet away, he cans it.
Love seeing the mid-range still used. Carter Jr. is more of a low-post guy, but knocking down Jays will help his game.
Morris dishes to George. Morris against Markkanen. Beverley wide open. No good from outside.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
And when you watch the Bulls play, Chris, they just seem to lack an organizational direction.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the team committed to Boylan to shape their youth. They don't seem to be interested in playing up-tempo or following any NBA trend. The distrust between players in the front office is not helping their recruiting of free agents. A lot going wrong there.
Here's what the Clippers are going with right now. Montrezl Harrell, he's checked in for Zubats. Green comes in for Marcus Morris. Landry Shamet's checked in for George. And it's Williams in for Patrick Beverley.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive, and they've taken early control of this game.
Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Carter. Here's Cornett. That's in, coming off the assist from Young.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Yeah, very little resistance. I mean, you had to bring much faster help than that.
Oh, and a fast break for the Bulls. Done with it. Williams picks him up. Shots good from Young.
What unselfishness from the young guard, Dunn. He's making more of an effort to distribute the ball.
Pass to Shamet. Young with the steal. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Hutchison. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Victory eluded them last time in Chicago when they faced the Bulls.
That was a shocker. Hard to believe that they dropped the ball, so to speak, on that one, and probably a tough pill for them to swallow.
Well, it's just a reminder that nothing comes easy in the NBA. I don't care who you're facing. You're not going to win if you're not at your best.
Cornett passes to Dunn, and he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim.
Want more of this from Dunn? Looking for his shot. I mean, being active on the offensive end.
Leonard kicks to Shamet. Drops in the layup for two. Shamet's got his second bucket tonight.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Yeah, we got to be careful. It's still early. They've expended a lot of energy, but they've also built a nice cushion here.
Kawhi Leonard has been... And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen so far from the Clippers, guys. What are your thoughts?
Well, the offense is clicking, and they seem to have seized the momentum here early on.
Yeah, how many coaches say, we want to start fast? Now, let's see if they can maintain that intensity.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, as the second quarter gets going. So the Bulls 5 right now. We've got Young. Thomas Satoransky is out there with Chris Dunn. And it's Cornett in at the 5. Bulls trail by 9.
And as long as Reggie Jackson is healthy, he's going to give you some punch as a lead guard. Solid scoring option and a guy who's also unselfish in terms of getting his teammates involved.
And Young kicks to Dunn. Clock at 4. And the rejection by Jackson. And now running it up the court. Green pushing it all the way. Shamet, good, and it's Green picking up the assist. Shamet's got 6. And for the last half decade, Reggie Jackson has been good for about 15 points a game.
And that is about the consistency you can expect from Jackson. He's always been a talent. The key for him is just staying on the floor.
Here's Young. And the shot goes in.
The assist is the key to that sequence. I mean, a great look to set him up.
Los Angeles leading by 9. Jackson passes to Shamet. They kick it out to Green. To the paint. And that one's good. Shamet's got 4 this quarter.
And I like that they're not settling. Hitting the ball on the interior. 8 of their last 10 coming that way.
Passes to Cornett. Tries from 10. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's going to be on Montrezl Harrell. Bulls shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
And on the season, you know, they're hitting about 76%, which is a decent rate.
Here's what the Clippers are going with right now. Marcus Morris is checked in for Green. Paul George comes in for Landry Shamet. And it's Patrick Beverley in for Williams. So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group here. Markkanen, he's checked in for Young. Valentine comes in for Chandler Hutchison. Shaquille Harrison, he's checked in for Satoransky. And it's White in for Chris Dunn. A lot of player ejections in the playoffs last year. In fact, the highest in 3 decades. Seems like tensions Chris, with the officials are still escalating.
Well, yeah, the relationship between the players and the referees, it's always an ongoing process, and it's definitely getting better. But last year we had the highest number of new referees in the history of the NBA. And so you're going to have growing pains when you have younger guys and understanding the culture of the league. But I like the way that we're going, and some of those rejections were warranted. Some of them weren't. I just look at that year as, that just happened. Let's see what happens. I'm not going to hold players and referees accountable to last season. I think we need a little bit more context before we make a decision on player ejections and flagrants and things like that. Just a little more research.
And hustle paid off there for George in the open court. Gets up court in a flash and finishes before the D can even react. It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
Morris dishes to Jackson. Over White. That's tipped, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson.
No clue where that pass was going. That is a brutal turnover.
Kawhi Leonard is checked in for the Clippers. Otto Porter Jr., he's checked in for Chicago. But they recover it. Valentine passes to Carter. Bulls moving the ball around to the inside. Moves back up. Basket counts. Carter's got 6 points.
He moves well without the ball. Carter Jr. positions himself well for catch-and-shoot opportunities.
George dishes to Leonard. And stolen by Valentine. Here's White. Porter trying to free himself up. And it's White missing. And here's George. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Clippers. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And how about then not settling? I mean, instead of being lazy with the shot selection, they go right to the rim.
And the Bulls making a change here. Levine's checked in. Out to the right wing. Harrison passes to Levine. No good on that one. So Los Angeles will take it the other way. George against Levine. Right at the free throw line. And it's Leonard missing.
With the D playing soft off him, he might have been better off taking it to the hoop instead of settling for the jumper.
Bulls shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. And the first one drops. For the Clippers, Zubac is checked in for Harrell. Landry Shamet comes in for George. And it's Williams in for Patrick Beverly. And Chicago also making a switch. Young's checked in. Leonard, the pass to Shamet. And he throws it down hard with one hand.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA. The lead is what it is right now.
Oh, Kevin, the coaching staff has to be upset. You can't give the opposition easy buckets like this, GA.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey, everybody. Kawhi Leonard is having one of those nights. He ended up with 15 points, 2 rebounds, and
with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. Kawhi Leonard really has his fingerprints all over this one.
In that first half, he was a hot knife, and the defense was butter. Sliced right through them.
Oh, you're so right, Greg. I mean, he did a great job of attacking the seams, getting to the rim, and then finishing strong.
Patrick Beverly out there with Paul George. Then it's Marcus Morris. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's Zubac in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's who's out there for the Clippers. Now the pass to George. A 3 from Morris. That falls. Nice speed that time from George. George has got 3 assists tonight.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
And the 3 ball is good.
Oh, such a confident player. The defense must respect Porter's ability to deliver the payback 3.
And last season, Otto Porter on the move, Chris. He was traded at the deadline to the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, and he has fit right in since joining the Bulls, and they needed his outside shooting. Porter is still very young and can grow to be a part of this young Bulls core.
The Clippers have yet to miss from the free throw line. They're 3 for 3. Chris, with every team looking to maximize floor space, which big men are the deadliest from outside? Have a shot that you've got to respect.
Oh, well, I think you got to go with a few. Just rapid fire. You got to go with my man, Mr. Towns, out there in Minnesota. How about Blake Griffin? He did for the Pistons, just shooting, knocking those threes down. Now, I got to give my man Big Lopez a shout out. He shoots it deep from Curryland out there for the Milwaukee Bucks. So much fun watching these guys. And don't forget about Big Marc Gasol. He'll let it fly from deep as well.
He will, and they're all effective.
Oh, very effective.
Los Angeles making a switch here. Green's checked in. Then for the Bulls, Luke Cornett comes in for Wendell Carter. And Satoransky subbed in for White.
Yeah, you see the athleticism George had on that dunk. It's so quick and explosive. Gets to the rim in an instant.
He doesn't play around. If the buck is there for him, he's going to get it.
Markkanen pulls it in.
But only the first miss of the second half. They've come out here with authority.
Pass to Satoransky. Markkanen kicks to Satoransky. Here's Levine. The shot's good on the assist by Satoransky. That's 12 points for Zach Levine.
As hot as he's been, it still has to be him who leads the charge and helps turn this game around.
Count that one.
Yeah, that was the third straight high percentage look the defense has allowed. The defenders have got to start putting bodies on bodies.
Porter passes to Cornett. Inside, deflects the pass. And he uses the glass on the layup. Cornett's got 5 points so far.
I mean, he makes plays like that in his sleep. The game is just far too easy.
Kicks it out to Leonard. Dishes to Beverly. Back to Leonard. Some nice ball movement by the Clippers. Just 5 to shoot. Fires from the wing. And the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
And a lot of teams avoid the mid-range jumper, but they seem to be using it well.
Here's Levine. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Well, you just watch Levine play, and you can see the athleticism he possesses. Greg just explodes anytime he wants to.
And guys, with Levine, the speed and first step have always been there for him. But you can see the strength he's added to his game since his rookie year whenever he goes at the rim.
Catching up on the changes for Los Angeles. Harrell, he's checked in for Zubac. Landry Shamet comes in for Jermichael Green. Williams, he's checked in for George. And Reggie Jackson subbed in for Patrick Beverly.
And he's got the athleticism and strength to be a powerful presence inside. Leonard never afraid to get in and mix it up down low.
Now here's Levine. He's covered by Shamet and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
So smooth with that shot fake. I mean, as soon as Levine has fooled you, the rest is easy.
And the Clippers making a change here. Morris is checked in.
I like that he's playing with an edge here in the second half. I mean, he didn't get to the line once in the first half.
Jackson kicks to Shamet. Shamet on the wing. Goes up the baseline. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Here's Levine. Over Williams. Shot is good, and the Los Angeles leads cut down now to just 10 points with that basket from Levine.
Wow, he is lighting it up here in the second half.
Pass to Harrell. Shamet on the wing. 10 points for him. Williams dishes to Morris. From the baseline. And again, it's the Clippers missing. Bulls trail by 10. Now, Valentine. And that's a foul. It's called on Reggie Jackson. So that will be his second foul of the game. We're in the bonus, and we'll go to the line to shoot 2. Bulls have shot 8 of 10 from the line. That's an even 80% free throw shooting here. Free throw good, Levine.
I mean, and when you think of Levine, I mean, his dunking ability comes to mind. I mean, he's proven to be an elite poster maker.
Out to the right wing. Harrell, the pass to Jackson. Williams looking around. Here's Harrell. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in.
Displaying strong, instinctual defense.
And so it's Los Angeles in the driver's seat, up 8 points at the end of the quarter. And they've done a phenomenal job down low, so many of their points coming right at the rim. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, it's also called making a good read, understanding where everyone is and taking full advantage. Fantastic.
And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store for us. On the court for the Bulls, getting this fourth quarter started. Young and Carter are the big men inside. White is out there with Harrison, and it's Levine in at the small forward.
An absolute wrecking ball on the drive. I mean, Levine is all about dunking it with authority.
Los Angeles calls timeout. Big group substitution here for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Montrezl Harrell. Leonard comes in for Landry Shamet. Paul George is checked in for Williams. And it's Patrick Beverly in for Reggie Jackson. Chicago also making some changes. Lauri Markkanen's checked in for Young. And Porter subbed in for Shaquille Harrison. And we've got an update here, so let's catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, during that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what Doc Rivers said to his team. He told them, look, we're in a good spot. The one thing I want you guys to do, stay in the moment. Don't look ahead. Stay in the moment and compete. Kevin, we'll see if they can keep focused.
It's stolen by Morris. And oh, here we go with George. Nobody back. And it's George finishing it off.
And Morris does a great job keeping his head up, finding his teammates for quality shots.
Levine finds Porter. Levine with it. Leonard picks him up. And the jam by Levine.
Oh, power flush with a long hang on the rim at the end of that.
That could be a catalyst for him. It really could. A 3 from Leonard. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got assist number 8 here in this one already. To the middle, here's Porter, and finished off by Porter.
And how about the vertical of Porter? He gets off the ground with such ease to dunk.
Levine against Morris. Good ball movement here by the Clippers. Here's Leonard, and oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. It's on Zach LaVine. The NBA fans sometimes called the 6th man. Chris, talk about what a difference a raucous crowd, a home crowd, can make for a team and a player.
Well, I could talk about that from my experience, but let's talk about from my experience first. Sacramento, we had a lady called Sign Lady. Now, of course, she had a real name, but she says, just call me Sign Lady. She would make the most beautiful signs. Vlade, we believe in you. Peja, every shot is good. She make them creatively. They be bright, they be big, and we looked for her for encouragement. The cowbells, how loud everyone there was. Some first-time gamers saying, this is my first game coming to watch. Go win, Chris, or people that's been like, I've never missed a game. You want to do it for the fans, how loud they are, how they get on the teams, how they get on the refs. You got to love it. And then for the rest of the league, oh my God, last year in the playoffs, going to the Milwaukee Bucks, their home arena, that new arena they have there, oh, crazy. You want to talk about crazy fans? Go out to Toronto and hang outside with 10,000 crazy fans in the rain while they're singing and shouting and having fun over there in Jurassic Park. And we all know about the great fans that Golden State had all their years in Oracle, some of the most loyal fans ever. The 6th man, the fans being the 6th man, that is not a cliche, that is not made up for PR purposes. That's true and real, and some of the best players will tell you how those fans have taken them over the top, giving them energy to win some games.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
Yes.
Here's Leonard. Here's Morris. Carter pulls it in. Carter's got his 4th rebound in this one. Levine for three. Rebound by the Clippers. At one point, they led by 16. Leonard with no one around. And the Clippers miss again.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Marcus Morris picks one up there.
The athleticism of Levine, it makes him a hard guy to cover. I mean, he loves getting the contact.
Lou Williams is checked in for Patrick Beverly. And Chicago also making a switch. This Dunn's checked in for Satoransky. Kick out to Levine. That's in, coming off an assist from Dunn. Levine's got it back down to single digits for the Bulls. Down low, here's George. In it goes for the 8th time in 10 tries.
And guys, when George gets cooking, you are in for a long night. He's just fantastic at finding different ways to score.
Done with it. Williams picks him up. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. He hits the first one, and that brings them within single digits. He hits both from the stripe.
There's no question Dunn is a great athlete, but he must first work on his shooting as well as his passing.
Williams kicks to Morris. Back to Williams. Morris inside. Guarded by Levine. Morris, no good. Passes it to Porter. Here's Levine. And he banks in the layup. Levine's got 30.
Oozing with confidence right now. You got to love seeing Levine capitalize in the clutch.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. There's 38 seconds left in the 4th quarter of this one. Inside. Leonard kicks to Zubats. And there's the pass to George. There's the 3. Hands it from downtown. And the Clippers lead by 9.
And there's never been any question about George's three-point range. He just goes through stretches where he knocks down the 3 at a ridiculous rate. An extremely efficient and productive game for him. But again, he's not going to be able to do it all by himself.
Williams finds George. Now Zubats, guarded by Levine. George. Yep, that one goes in there.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
Yeah, I love it.
And so Los Angeles takes the win. A confident win. All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks. For our
body fluid. And goaltender.
This is the 2KMC, and it's that time. Top plays time. And this week, we're showing your best from 2K Compete events. Let me see them plays. Tipping things off, we have Liam Creasy playing Treasure Hunter.
And a glimpse inside the locker room. Players' final view. And taking a broader look here at the year-over-year scoring trend for Harris.
And maybe it's shocking, maybe not too shocking, but the scoring trend over the last few years has been going down a bit. I'm sure it's something he's well aware of, and we'll see if that continues to be the case.
Now let's take a look at Denver's opening lineup. Filling out the wings, Harris and Barton. Millsap and Jokic, the big men. And it's Murray in at the point guard. And for Los Angeles, Morris is out there with Kawhi Leonard. Then it's Patrick Beverley. Then it's Ivica Zubac. And it's George in at the shooting guard position. Clark, when you have two teams that are this athletic, what type of game do you think you're going to see?
Well, you know what? Sometimes it can lead to guys trying to do too much. But when it's at its best with this kind of athleticism on display, I think you're going to see a high-octane, fun game.
Here's Murray. The Clippers getting the bucket. And here we go. Fast break. Beverly's got it. And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
Love the unselfishness of Beverly. I mean, when he sees his teammate wide open, he quickly gets him the ball.
Here's Millsap. It's hauled in by Zubac.
Boy, he's got to be kicking himself for failing to make that shot. That's money.
Morris, no good.
It does not get much easier than that, but somehow he came up empty there.
Jokic kicks to Harris. Jokic against Zubac. And Zubac picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Jokic. He's coming off a 10-point game against Dallas. 11 feet out, and he hits it. Jokic has got his second bucket of the game to go.
Showing off that nice mid-range jumper. Jokic knows he has the green light to take these shots.
And that one's good. Beverly.
Boy, they're on fire right now, cooking with gas, starting this one out 4-5.
To the paint, here's Jokic, and he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Marcus Morris picks one up there. And, you know, there are so many things to like about Jokic's game, Clark, and his footwork is right near the top.
I would agree with that, Kevin. His footwork is exquisite. I mean, it is top shelf. This guy does not get enough credit for his pivoting, but his hands are great. His touch is phenomenal. He loses a lot of defenders when he's back to the basket with that footwork of his. I tell you, I was so impressed when I locked into him with my isolated camera during the playoffs. The Joker is no joke.
They retain possession. Harris against George. 6 on the shot clock. Harris passes to Barton. Leonard with the steal. Now the Clippers moving it up. Here's Beverly. Rebound by the Nuggets. Last time they came together was in Los Angeles, where they fell to the Clippers.
Yeah, tough game on the road. The guys you're defending, obviously comfortable shooting in their own building. You've got to find a way to break their rhythm.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do. Much easier said than done, but they're capable of making it happen. It just comes down, I think, to will and desire.
Barton, no luck.
And you could tell he thought he had a little more space, but the defender was right there.
You know, that's a trademark of his defense. Quick to react, close down the shooter, and then affect the shot.
Here's Beverly. That one, no good. Good work defensively by Millsap. On the wing, Harris. Zubac's defending. Here's Jokic. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
You'd have to go far and wide to find any fan that doesn't enjoy watching Nikola Jokic play. This big fella is so smooth. He's got guard skills in a big man's body, and his game is so efficient. I love watching him work.
A platoon swap here for the Clippers. Big group substitution here for Denver. Grant, he's checked in for Millsap. Porter comes in for Will Barton. Torrey Craig, he's checked in for Gary Harris. And Monte Morris subbed in for Jamal Murray.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
Very high percentage so far, and if you want to start a game hot, that's the way to do it.
And with Jokic, passing and playmaking, Clark, are his trademarks.
Well, I tell you what, the Joker is some kind of special as a big guy. His passing and touch and field and shot making, he really impressed me with all of that. He does everything you want from a center on the offensive end of the court and does it in his own unique, special way. He's a delight to watch.
And here are the Clippers now. Denver getting their last shot to go. Williams can't get it to go. Jokic on top, guarded by Jackson. Jokic against Jackson. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. And after essentially a redshirt rookie year with the Nuggets, Michael Porter Jr., the 14th pick in the 2018 draft, is back in action.
Could be a huge addition. Remember, Porter was projected as a top 2 pick entering his freshman season at Missouri. If he can stay healthy, you're adding an elite talent to your rotation.
Mason Plumlee's checked in for Nikola Jokic. Craig passes to Grant. There's the dish to Plumlee. Over Jackson, and it's Plumlee that time on the assist by Grant.
Hard to prevent the bigger guy from getting a clean look there.
Passes it to Harrell. Williams looking over the floor. 3-pointer. No good. Shot missing. Kawhi Leonard has been on display for Los Angeles. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
It looks like they're ready to run, fellas. I mean, they haven't hesitated at all to get out on the break so far.
And also defensively, they've been able to cause some turnovers tonight, and that also builds confidence and gives you momentum.
And now let's check out the lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Here's the second quarter of play. So for the Clippers right now, we've got Green, Reggie Jackson out there with Lou Williams. Then there's Landry Shamet, and it's Harrell in at the 5. Now here's Jackson. His last outing, 16 points for him.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones.
Hey, they've got a nice, comfortable lead here, fellas. Might as well keep it simple. Do it a plain, simple one-hander, just like pound cake.
I would agree.
It all started with the pass. That's what coaches love to see, ball movement.
Williams dishes to Green. Back to Williams. 6 to shoot. Baseline J on the way. Morris into the lane, and he makes good on the layup. And here is Los Angeles now. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Here's Shamet. Goes up high for the two-handed dunk.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Morris is checked in for Jermichael Green. Kawhi Leonard comes in for Landry Shamet. George is checked in for Williams. And it's Patrick Beverly in for Reggie Jackson. And then for Denver, Paul Millsap is checked in for Jeremy Grant. Gary Harris comes in for Torrey Craig. And it's Jamal Murray in for Morris. Here's Harrell. The Nuggets hitting the bucket. Plumlee with the rebound. Now Harris. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Dallas. Beverly wide open. Offline with his 3. The Nuggets trail by 5. Leonard brings the double team. Murray the pass to Millsap. Out to Morris. Back to Leonard. Morris right side. Releases from the wing and drills it. Morris has got his first bucket in this one. Mark, it seems that guards are rebounding now more than ever. What do you make of that trend?
You know what, Kevin? I think it's a function of how the game is played. More and more teams play small ball, where they really don't have a big guy out there or a traditional center out there. You may have guards and wings, and oftentimes your tallest guy might be 6'8". So it makes it important for guards and everybody to rebound the ball. So I think you see more guards getting more rebounds because of teams playing small ball as a function of the three-point shot's importance in the game.
Quarter outside. No good there. So Los Angeles will take it the other way. They come in fresh off a win against the Warriors.
And you gotta love a team that can maintain its composure on the road, take good shots, and knock them down with confidence.
Well, efficiency is critical, and I love how they ran their offense and got quality shots out of their sets.
Fires from the line. Yep, it goes, and the Clipper lead is cut down to 7 on the bucket from Plumlee.
And I like the decision-making. He's taking what the defense is willing to give him.
You know, more and more big guys in the league have that mid-range shot in their bag now, and they need it.
Millsap misses.
You know, sometimes making it difficult for him to finish at the rim is all you can ask for from the defense.
Sure. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. That one on Porter.
Well, you have to be really on your toes when you're defending Paul George. He's excellent when it comes to using the pump fake to draw fouls.
Zubac is checked in for Los Angeles. Williams comes in for Patrick Beverly. Big group substitution here for Denver. Jokic is checked in for Plumlee. Jeremy Grant comes in for Paul Millsap. Will Barton, he's checked in for Porter. And it's Torrey Craig in for Gary Harris. And Clark, one thing that makes Will Barton so good is that he fits right in among any group of players.
And I like the pace he plays with, guys. He doesn't seem to force the issue. He lets the game come to him, and when he has opportunities to explode, he usually does. He's always moving. He's active at both ends. He's a high-quality performer.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Green comes in for Morris, and Landry Shamet subbed in for Kawhi Leonard. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Here's Shamet, and the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
Yes, and how about the unselfishness? Paul George has no problem sharing the ball.
And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2. For Denver, they have shot 75% at the stripe, 6 of 8. That free throw good from Barton.
Yeah, I've got mad respect for the way Barton carries himself. I mean, he's a terrific teammate. He does everything he can to impact winning.
There's 14 seconds left in the first half of the game. Jackson dishes to Williams. Pass to Jackson. Fires the 3. The shot that time not on target. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello, basketball. The story early on was Kawhi Leonard, who was on fire. He had 8 points, 2. And that does it for our half.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. Kawhi Leonard really has his fingerprints all over this one.
Well, he left his mark on that first half with his quick hands. Great sense of timing to pile up the steals.
Well, I thought it was a great defensive performance for him so far. He's aware, he's alive, he's alert, quick to react to everything that's going on around him. Can't do it much better than that.
Second half underway. Here's who Mike Malone's got on the floor. At the forward slots, it's Barton and Millsap. The backcourt is Murray and Harris. And it's Jokic in at the center position. Here's George. And then George with the jam.
Yeah, you know, George really enjoys being in the air. I mean, this guy has great body control and bounce, and his slams at times can be absolutely sick.
Now here's Leonard. Following the miss by Gary Harris. Zubac the pass to Morris. Zubac, the putback is no good. Harris inside. Leonard's there. Back to Harris from outside the arc. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Harris. And a chance to take a look at some numbers for Morris.
And guys, it hasn't been pretty for him in the past 5 games. He's having one of those scoring slumps that all players go through at some point in the season. But I know he hadn't lost his confidence, and I expect this young man to get after it here tonight.
The defense made an impact right there. Definitely got him uncomfortable going up with it.
Here's Harris. That one's not going to go. Good work defensively by Morris.
Well, an awful beginning to this half, guys. Missing their first 4 attempts.
And busting it up the floor. Leonard showing a lot of energy on the fast break. If there's one thing he doesn't lack, it's hustle.
Harris missing again.
He's been an absolute non-factor. 0 factor this game. Just a horrible performance from him.
Millsap dishes to Murray. That's good. And it's Millsap with the assists.
Outstanding distribution there. I mean, what impressive passing ability.
And the wide open shot from Morris. Good on the 3-point shot. Morris has got 5 points so far.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
Count it.
And that bucket adds to what has been a big difference in points in the paint between the 2 teams.
Yeah, it's really been quite a contrast. I like the way they're attacking the middle at their offensive end.
And good that time.
And I think this is where Millsap is most effective. Close to the rim, he has a commanding presence.
Beverly the pass to Zubac. And George kicks to Beverly. Good ball movement here by the Clippers. Morris finds Beverly. Now here's Zubac. Shot clock at 5. Morris looking over the floor. And it's Jokic with the rebound. Jokic just got his 5th rebound in this one. And the rejection by Zubac. For 3, Harris. Denver with a new 14. He shoots again. And there's the play inside by Millsap. Millsap's got his second basket.
Yeah, Millsap doing good work there with the extra possession, converting on the offensive glass.
Zubac's no good. And it's Millsap with the ball for the Denver Nuggets. They trail by 14. They're off to San Antonio after this game, bringing their show to the AT&T Center. That is game 3 of this 4-game trip. Montrezl Harrell, he's checked in for Zubac. Porter's checked in for Denver. Leonard, the pass to Harrell. A second chance effort. Outside, George. From deep. Nailed from three-point land. George has got 11 points.
Nice release on the shot. George has put a lot of work into his mechanic. And I like the way he continues to impress from beyond the arc.
A 3 from Morris. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got 5 assists in the game.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
And another miss by Denver. Here now the Clippers. They're on a 15-6 run. Morris finds George. It's George on the wing. The shot. Leonard trying to break free. And it's George missing.
That's one he knows he should have drained.
Here's Porter. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
You know, Millsap has no issues giving the ball up to the open man. Excellent awareness there.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. George, no good.
No excuses, none. I mean, with the defense non-existent, I mean, he has to connect from there.
Three-pointer, Barton. It's hauled in by the Clippers. George has got his 4th rebound in this one. Takes the 3. And it's George again missing. It's tipped. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers with an 18-point lead as the quarter comes to a close.
9 times out of 10,
and as we head into the 4th, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Clark, you were so prolific in so many areas of the game. Which part of basketball came the easiest for you?
I think the rebounding piece. I always had a knack for sniffing out missed shots and had the size and timing and hands to chase down rebounds, but that was probably the strength of my game and the most unique part of it at an early age. And then the ball handling. My dad was 6'4" in the 50s, which meant you pretty much played inside, and he drummed into my head and my heart. Make sure you can handle that ball. So from the time I started playing, I was dribbling and making sure I could handle it, and it served me well during my playing career.
Shamet and George at the 2 and the 3. Montrezl Harrell is out there with Green, and it's Jackson in at the point guard position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Clippers. The pass to Grant. Now here is Morris. He's defended by Harrell. Porter, no luck.
And that was a little bit of a range check for him.
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
And now a chance to see what's coming up for the Nuggets. On Friday, they'll be playing against LaMarcus Aldridge and the San Antonio Spurs. And then on Sunday, they'll go up against LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers.
And for that matchup with the Clippers, that's a contest that could easily go either way. Small mistakes could be the difference, and both teams will need to be at their best.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. Zubac is checked in for Green. Lou Williams is subbed in for Paul George.
You know what? When you allow Grant to get close to the rim, you risk seeing him give you a facial right in your grill. I mean, tremendous athleticism from the Syracuse alone.
Back to Jackson. The 19-foot shot. It's hauled in by the Nuggets.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
And that one's good by Porter.
Just so smooth pulling up there off the dribble. Porter terrific at being unpredictable and knowing when to take that shot.
Knocks it loose. Stolen by Grant. And now the fast break. Grant with the ball. Here's Morris. Excellent D there from Williams. Clippers leading by 19. Releases from 15. And that one's good. Shamet. The Nuggets have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Fans always trying to distract opposing players during free throws. Have you ever seen that work in an arena?
No, I think it's just a nice workout for the fans, Kevin, quite honestly. I mean, if a guy misses, it's not because the fans have gone crazy behind the basket. It's because he shot it left or right or short or long. It's not because of the fans being on top of him, at least in my opinion.
Here's Jackson, kept alive. Harrell on the foul. And the Clippers lead by 21.
Way to work the glass, buffet style. Second chance bucket. They can make a big difference.
Back to Grant. Pass to Craig. And it's Grant in the corner. Outside Porter, 5 to shoot. He can't get it to go. Great D that time from Harrell. Pass to Jackson. And here is Zubac. Back to Jackson. Launches a 3. Plumlee with the rebound. The Nuggets trail by 21. Craig passes to Grant. And the dunk by Grant.
And, you know, we can't measure Hart. I mean, he's not as big as the other power forwards, but his jumping ability and mindset is incredible.
Williams with a clean look. Great look, but off the mark. For Denver, they've gotten just under 45% of their attempts to drop in the fourth. 4 of 9. Porter, no luck. Los Angeles leading by 19.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Clippers.
When you consider the difference in their field goal percentages, the other team has to be happy that this wasn't a bigger loss. This team was on fire.
Yeah, Kevin, it's always frustrating when you can't throw a rock on the ground and the other guys just can't seem to miss.
And so checking out their season record, this game will become their 45th win. And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Paul George.
And, you know, there was no stopping him tonight. Whenever he got the ball, he was looking to score, and rightly so.
And you want more of this from Jackson. The more unselfish he is, the better the team.
Here's Morris, and he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, the defender all over him.
Greg, he got him good there. I mean, that's why the shot was so far off.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
Boy, their passing has been picturesque, a thing of beauty in both halves. More than a few of their baskets have come off assists.
Yeah, but also, they haven't missed a beat in terms of their fast break game. That's been equally as effective all night long.
Patterson. He goes up again. Zubac finds Patterson. Here's Morris. That's tipped. 34 seconds left in the fourth. Here's Patterson. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
That's his first personal foul.
First one falls for him.
At the line for your Clippers, Patrick Patterson.
Good on both. From 13, and misses it off the right side of the rim. They've shared the load offensively.
And guys, they put the defense on their heels. You can see right now they're trying to react, and that's what you want when you're in a rhythm offensively.
Los Angeles with another miss. Now here's Vonleh. And the turnover again by Denver.
In the lineup for the Nuggets, Paul Millsap.
So the Clippers winning this one easily. This game may not have been the... David, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks.
you guys connected, and we've been seeing so many new faces in the community.
That's right, there are a ton of new and exciting NBA 2K content creators all over the place, and we want to feature some of the best ones right here on 2K TV. Starting with an interview next week with a
And the player introductions are wrapped up. The starting. We welcome you to Noche NBA. We're going to break in the action, so let's take a look at the West and how the teams are stacking up. A look at the Nuggets. Right now, they're locked into third place in the conference, looking to get a high seed for the playoffs.
And I think for Denver, they've got their sights set pretty darn high right now. After what they've done this season, their goal is nothing short of a title.
A massive amount of confidence, tremendous swagger with this team, and they believe in themselves. That might be all it takes to get them where they want to go.
Now let's take a look at the Nuggets opening lineup. Millsap and Jokic, the big man. The backcourt is Murray and Harris. And it's Barton in at the 3 spot. And for Chicago, White and Levine team up in the backcourt. Porter and Markkanen, the duo at forward. And it's Carter in at the 5, roaming the paint. Hey, look at guys like Otto Porter, Greg. He just brings so much with his consistent outside jumper.
And guys, he's shot threes at a tremendous clip the last few seasons. I mean, really for his whole career. Sometimes can be a bit passive, so you just make sure he's involved and looking for his shot.
Well, Will Barton always going full speed. That time finds a bullet pass to a teammate.
Levine for 3. And it's Denver with the rebound. For 3, Harris. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 of 3 so far.
Important to have shooters on the floor that can spread you out. Gary Harris likes to nail the deep 3, and he does there.
Markkanen passes to Levine. Back to Markkanen. In the corner, it's Levine. Shot clock at 6. Again, Levine missing. For Denver, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Here's Murray. Carter pulls it in. The Bulls have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. And Markkanen gets it to go on the assist from Porter.
I'm a big fan of how Markkanen runs the floor. He's got tremendous mobility, and he knows how to create angles for the pass. I mean, another nice bucket down low. They've really been able to work the ball into the post effectively here so far. Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
Are you asking me, GA? I'm not sure.
And being that close to the hoop, I thought he had enough room to finish that one.
Levine wide open. Come on. Quick shot there, and it's off target. The Nuggets have gone 4 of 7 from the field, shooting over 50%. And Millsap, here we go, takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. You know, Brett, we know guys love really jawing at each other. What was your criteria for issuing a double technical for trash talk?
Yeah, in today's game, it's kind of like it could be a whisper
right.
or a wink, you know, the way that they look at it.
It's both sides, doesn't it?
And they just try to curtail anything that could escalate, Kevin. That's really what the referees are doing. As soon as they see some kind of body movement or see guys starting that way, they want to cut it off before anything else happens. So the criteria is a little bit confusing. I like to see them getting after a little bit.
And he gets it to go.
I don't know what's happening defensively, but they're not putting up any resistance.
3-pointer, Barton. Markkanen pulls it in. For Chicago, they've gone 6 of 9, shooting it well. And Porter, here we go. And finished off by Porter.
And when Porter is committed to finishing, there's no stopping him, looking absolutely determined on that drive. And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the 3.
Well, his shooting has been a little bit below par. You think about what this lead would look like if he was on.
And Millsap slams it in.
Wow, Millsap not known for his dunking, but the anchor man getting up high on that one.
Carter, and then Carter with the dunk.
Yeah, undersized guys with athleticism do these kind of things, playing above the rim. Love to see him get up like that.
Here's Millsap. Off target at the rim.
There's a little bit of pressure on him, but not enough to cause him.
And that athleticism has always been a big part of Levine's game. He makes dunking look easy.
Whistle blows, bucket is good, and he'll have a chance at the line to make it a three-point play.
Oh, great ball movement there.
So for the Bulls, Young's checked in for Markkanen. Satoransky comes in for Otto Porter Jr., and it's done in for White.
And in flashes, Levine has shown he can be a star. Now, he has to put it all together on a consistent basis.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Dunn. Out to the wing. Levine looking around. Chicago needs to get off a shot here. Here's Satoransky. His three-pointer's off the mark.
Didn't hesitate for a second to get a hand up on that deep ball.
Yeah, you got to like how he hustled to guard out on the perimeter, definitely respecting the shooting ability.
So far, both teams scorching the nets. You got to love it.
Yeah, made for TV game here. Pace is great, scoring is coming in bunches, and both of the teams feeling confident right now.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Noche Latina in the NBA as we resume action. And guys, what's your take on the Bulls so far?
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
Yeah, you don't see that all that often, getting down there and doing that much damage in a quarter. You got to respect the game plan.
And a chance here presented by Gatorade to see who's on the floor, all fueled up and ready to go for the start of the second quarter. Taking a look at the Bulls, Young and Carter are the big men inside. Dunn is out there with Satoransky, and it's Hutchinson in at the small forward position. The Nuggets trail by 5, and Coach Jim Boylan agreeing to a multi-year extension with the Bulls this summer, Greg.
And taking that interim tag off his title as head coach, Boylan, with over 30 years of coaching experience, afforded the opportunity to continue developing this young core.
Here's Grant, and it's in there. Grant's got 4 points now in the quarter.
In the last few years, we've seen a nice leap from Jeremy Grant, including how effective he can be in that spot.
Porter with the steal. And here we go. Fast break. Plumlee's got it. That puts them in the lead. Plumlee's got his first points in this one.
And the defense to start that play was terrific. I love the fact that they attacked early in the shot clock. Well, they're trying to take command of this game, but it's been competitive so far.
Yeah, everybody trying to get away from one another, and the threads are keeping them close. This has been highly competitive.
And so it's Carter who brings the ball up for Chicago. This the first chance to take a look at the Nuggets this season.
Very little resistance against that throwdown.
No, not what they want to see in a game this close, Greg.
On one side, inspiration. On the other, devastation.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Here's Young. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Brandon, looking ahead to the playoffs, when you made your first postseason appearance, were you surprised by the intensity you found once you got there?
Kevin, it was my second season. I was playing for the Clippers, so getting into the playoffs was quite miraculous on its own accord for the organization. But the level of detail in the playoffs and intensity in the playoffs, they know everything that you're going to do. And we were playing against the Utah Jazz, which at that time...
Some pretty good players.
Yes, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Jeff Hornacek, the great Jerry Sloan as the head coach. It was a wonderful experience, but you understood that the playoffs were different. Absolutely something different in terms of the intensity and what it is that that team knew about you.
And again, no good by Chicago.
The D doesn't seem to be too worried about him from three-point range, and he shows us why still. I expect him to make one of those.
And with that, the Chicago lead is cut down to just 1 on the basket from Morris.
This is what he does. Find space on the perimeter and then sink the three.
Valentine passes to Harrison. Makes it off the glass.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Plumlee attacking, and it's blocked. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Nuggets will retain possession. So for the Bulls, Markkanen, he's checked in for Young. And it's White in for Satoransky. Big group substitution here for Denver. Jokic, he's checked in for Plumlee. Millsap comes in for Grant. Martin's checked in for Porter. And it's Jamal Murray in for Morris. Here's Valentine. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Their plan working to perfection there, if that was their plan. And if it wasn't, maybe that should be their plan.
They get it again. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It's on Lauri Markkanen.
And for a big man, Jokic is more than just a good free throw shooter. He is fantastic.
The first one falls. You know, Brent, passing is just one of the many things that Jokic does well on the floor.
Well, it doesn't look pretty at times, and there's not a ton of athleticism, but the cerebral play of Jokic, and then for teams to try to prepare Kevin defensively for a team offensively that plays from a point center, that's a bit of a mind job night in and night out. Denver's done such a great job of accentuating the skill set of Nikola Jokic.
Here's Harrison, and the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
You gotta love his aggressiveness to finish inside.
Well, his leaping ability gives him a great advantage. Murray banked in off the glass.
Well, some good interior crucial points here as Murray's staying active in the paint.
And White kicks to Markkanen. Pass to Harrison. Valentine with it. He's against Jokic. Here's Cornette. Back to Valentine. Tries again. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Cornette's got his first bucket of the night. The Nuggets trail by 4. Murray outside. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Nuggets will retain possession.
You love the pressure he's putting on them. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
The Bulls making a switch here. Porter's checked in. On the wing, Porter. But they'll get another chance. Kicks it out to Markkanen. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. 6 on the shot clock. White. That one's no good. 0 of 1 to begin the game. Now Harris. Nice D from Porter. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very...
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey, everybody. Tremendous first half. Glad to have you back. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. Zach LaVine was the man in the first. He had 9 points and 3 assists. And that'll do it for our halftime report. Stay tuned for the second half. About to get underway.
Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. You look at Zach LaVine, he's really been playing well.
Yeah, and through the first 2 quarters, he has been the offense for this team.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Second half underway. Here's who Mike Malone's got on the floor. Filling out the wings, Harris and Barton. Millsap and Jokic, the big men. And it's Murray in at the point guard. Millsap finds Harris. And it's White with the rebound.
And they're controlling the boards, Kevin. That's +5 in that category.
Kicks it out to Markkanen. Back to LaVine. No one near him. And too long on the shot. And so it's Murray who brings the ball up for the Nuggets. They trail by 6. They're off to San Antonio after this game, bringing their show to the AT&T Center. They're in the midst of a 4-game road trip right now. That'll be game number 3. Number 3, LaVine. It's held in by Jokic.
And if they know what's good for them, that's the way they'll defend against him every time he takes the ball in the three-point lane.
For 3, Murray. No good that time. And Chicago will go the other way with the ball. White dishes to Carter over Jokic. And again, no good by Chicago. The Nuggets trail by 3. Here's Barton. Feeds to Harris. Barton kicks to Millsap. And here is Murray. His numbers are looking pretty good. He's got his scoring average up around 18.5 points a game. Another shot, and Jokic lays it up and in.
Well, Jokic is big, Jokic is long, and he does a great job there of corralling that ball and taking advantage of his length.
And Levine, here we go. Add another make to his scoring column. His 5th basket of the game. Now shooting 5 of 11.
And defensively, guys, they've been unable to shut down the middle.
Millsap lays it up and banks it in. Millsap's got 8.
Even though Millsap draws the contact there, he does an incredible job forcing that one through the hoop.
White, good.
Well, Coach Mike Malone has grown up with this young Nuggets team. He says that he believes in the youth of this team.
Well, the future is so bright for the Denver Nuggets, and really where you have to give Mike Malone a ton of credit is when they made the decision between their 2 bigs, Jokic and Nurkic, sticking with Jokic and then changing their entire offensive style to play from a point center position. It has paid huge dividends.
For 3, Murray. It's all in by the Bulls. Carter's got 5 rebounds tonight.
The game has been very close in a lot of areas, but rebounding has been the one differentiator thus far.
He's going to punish you, Kevin, if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open 3 when he's got it.
Harris kicks to Barton. Murray for 3. And they call over the back here. Too much contact.
I'm not sure what he thought he could get away with there. Pretty clear over the back.
Nothing wrong with being physical, but that's just over the top.
Catching up on the changes for Chicago. Young's checked in for Carter. Chandler Hutchison comes in for Markkanen. Satoransky's checked in for Levine, and it's done in for White.
Big athletic guys like Plumlee. Hard to get your shot over them before they can get their hands up.
Second chance shot. Dunn misses. The Nuggets trail by 8. Morris into the lane. Up and in on the layup. He has 5.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
Here's Porter, and they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Fleshing out his game more and more. I really like seeing Porter go to work inside.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
And with the free throw percentage hovering around 70, he knows he has to bring that up.
And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. And a moment now to look at the year-to-year scoring output and how it has been trending for Millsap.
And maybe it's shocking, maybe not too shocking, but the scoring trend over the last few years has been going down a bit. I'm sure it's something he's well aware of, and we'll see if that continues to be the case.
Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Chicago. Valentine comes in for Satoransky. Porter with the steal. And pushing it up, here's Denver. Here's Grant. It's deflected.
Another rebound hauled in. They're hitting the glass with a lot of passion.
2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And now, a chance to see what's coming up for the Nuggets. On Friday, they'll be playing against LaMarcus Aldridge and the San Antonio Spurs. And then on Sunday, they'll face off against Anthony Davis and the Los Angeles Lakers.
And for that matchup with the Thunder, it's going to be an all-out battle. And you just hope they are rested and able to execute their game plan, as it's going to be a tremendous challenge.
That's the only kind of defense that's going to cut the mustard here tonight. You got to stay on top of a guy like that who can play at such a high level offensively.
And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call. The Nuggets trail by 10. Morris passes to Plumlee. Shoot from the right block, and that's good off the glass that time.
Though he's not the biggest scoring threat, Plumlee does have the size and athleticism to cause defenders some problems down there.
Valentine kicks to Young. Now here's Valentine, covered by Morris.
Yeah, he's going to knock that down if you give it to him. Uncompetitive there defensively.
The defense also looking defeated. The lack of hustle is driving the coaching staff a little bit batty right now.
How about the timing he shows there to challenge that shot?
Yeah, not easy to do there, and that's a guy that you can tell takes every possession defensively very seriously.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. It's the Bulls.
Stay positive. Don't get down.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth and final quarter. They've got Harrison. He's out there with Dunn. And it's Valentine. And at the 3, the small forward. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. From 10 feet out, Denver grabs the miss. Here's Plumlee. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Cornette's got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Hutchison. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Changing ends quickly. He's rewarded with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down, but when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
Count that one. The Bulls' lead has been cut down now to just 10 points with that basket from Morris.
Yeah, you got to get up tighter than that. Some players you can give that much room to, but not him.
Harrison scanning the floor. Passes to Hutchison. Porter with the steal. Morris finds Jokic. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
And Jokic, even though we look at his body and you don't think he plays physically, he can do that.
So Chicago ends up going with the new group. Big group substitution here for Denver. Paul Millsap's checked in for Plumlee. Will Barton comes in for Michael Porter. Harris is checked in for Torrey Craig. And Murray's subbed in for Morris. Here's White. Offensive rebound, Carter. Outside, White. 6 to shoot. Goes back up. And he sinks the layup. And the Bulls lead by 10.
Yeah, under control. White has those short, quick strides.
Harris outside. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. Jokic kicks to Murray. He wants to get to Millsap and does. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. Saransky's checked in for White. The Bulls leading by 10. Here's Satoransky. Count it. Satoransky's got his first points of the game. Brent, when it comes to moving around in tight quarters without a lot of space, who's the quickest player that you have seen in a half-court set this year?
Still remarkable to watch where it is that Kyrie Irving can get to on the floor in any sort of possession. It's like he could take 50 dribbles in a phone booth and find a way out of it, spinning around and finding gaps within the defense. But it's not his handle with just the one hand, right, Kevin? It's about he has an idea of after he does the moves around the traffic, when he gets into the basket, multiple ways of finishing, much like Rod Strickland, who was a tremendous finisher in his days years and years ago. Kyrie's got a lot of that in his game.
Last year, the average salary for a starting point guard, Brent, in the NBA, was the highest among all positions. Why would that be?
Well, with the way the game has changed, Kevin, there's certainly an emphasis on being able to find guys who are initiating offense, scoring the basketball, shooting three-pointers, and you're seeing a big shift in salaries between point guards and bigs. That's where the biggest disparity is. Centers in the league are getting less and less of an opportunity to have the extended big money contracts because the game has moved to the perimeter, and if you're a big that cannot play on the perimeter, there's not a lot of teams that are willing to invest a significant amount of their cap space into the center position. They want guards and wings who can play out there and do the damage to them.
Barton kicks to Jokic. The 3. Millsap passes to Jokic. It's Barton on the wing. Launches it. Carter pulls it in. Carter's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. And LaVine, here we go. And LaVine throws it down.
So aggressive once he gets high. Love how LaVine stays after it when he gets it going.
The Nuggets trail by 11. Barton right side. Porter with the steal. Here's LaVine, and the jam by LaVine.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
And the gamble paying off.
Here's Murray. And it's off the back rim. No good.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Especially if you're a player that doesn't get a lot of shot attempts. But otherwise, the mindset is, I just got to get the next one to go. And you don't want to put that much pressure on yourself.
That one falls, so he hits both of them. And it's Millsap with the ball for the Nuggets. 15-point game.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Bulls.
A beautiful pass doesn't always get you on the highlight reels, but there were some spectacular dishes in this game.
You know what? It was a team that was in sync and just trusted one another to take the right shots.
And you can mark this one down in the W column. It'll mark their 23rd of the season.
And once it becomes official, this win gives them a nice confidence boost against this team. They'll face them twice more this season.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Zach LaVine.
It looked like a couple times they might be wearing him down, but not the case. At the offensive end, he was just devastating.
Barton, no luck. And they can just dribble the ball until the buzzer.
Yeah, they got to be happy with the outcome.
That one goes. Count it. And the Bulls lead by 19.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
You love that the guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
And LaVine, here we go. Chalk up two there.
This arena was rocking throughout the night. You could really feel the energy.
Yeah, huge motivation, always great for a young team, but veteran players also appreciate when fans come with that type of